Check, check, check. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be starting in about a minute, so if we could please take our seats, that would be great. Okay, we're going to get started. Welcome, everyone. This is the fifth meeting of the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee of this term of council. We do have an ambitious agenda before us today, and I'm going to dispense of my normal opening remarks, which is just a summary of our agenda items, which everyone is aware of. I do want to acknowledge that we do gather this morning on the unceded, never surrendered ancestral territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe First Nations peoples. Before we begin with our agenda, I will turn to our committee coordinator and to conduct a roll call.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Desroches. Here.
Counselor Dudas,
Present.
Counselor Devine,
Here.
Counselor Hubley's away, Counselor Johnson,
Ici.
Counselor Kelly,
Present.
Counselor Luloff. Counselor Luloff. That's a yes. Councillor Plante,
Ici.
Vice Chair Hill,
Present.
you have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, item 2 are declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest any member wishes to raise? Seeing none, item 3 is the confirmation of minutes of this committee that met on the 18th of May, 2023. Our meeting minutes 4 of this committee confirmed. Confirmed, thank you. Item 4, Office of the City Clerk status update, inquiries and motions for the period ending 6 June 2023. There are no speakers on this item. Is this item received for information? Thank you. Okay, all other items, it is my understanding we either have presentation and or delegations. So all other items are going to be held. I will just name them for the record. So 5.1 are the on-demand accessible taxi cab service study, minor amendments to vehicle for hire bylaw related to taxi cabs. That we will hold that item. We do have 6 delegations. And I'll note that there has been some written correspondence that committee members need to be made aware of as well in the shared directory. Item 5.2 is the 2023 to 2026 corporate bylaw review work plan. Again, we have presentation, so we will hold that item as well. Following that, 5.3 Ottawa Paramedic Service 2021 and 2022 annual reports. We do have a staff presentation on these 2 items, so they will be held. The other item being 5.4, the Ottawa Paramedic Service 2024-2026 investment plan. And we will get to the other items at the end. Unless committee coordinator, do I deal with item 7 now? Response to motion 2021 private transportation companies, or do we come back to that?
Customarily, it's done at the end of the meeting, Chair, but you can dispense with it now if you wish.
No member wants to hold this item? All right, so we will note that. Okay, we'll go back to our first item, held item, which is item 5.1, on-demand accessible taxi cab service study, minor amendments to vehicle for hire bylaw related to taxi cabs. And start off, I believe we'll start with the General Manager Ayat, for introductions.
Thank you, Chair. Today, Roger Chapman and his team will present to you the recommendations to improve the on-demand accessible taxi cab service in Ottawa. Many of you have heard the difficulties faced by the people with disabilities to get taxis when they need it. Thank you, Roger, Christine Hartig, and Kayla Woods, for taking the time to look into this issue from both the perspective of the person with disabilities and from the taxi industry perspective to present recommendations that will hopefully improve service. Staff considered the consultant's recommendations, which looked at a variety of options to address accessible taxi service. The 3-year pilot proposed in this report will allow the city to monitor and ensure the initiatives are having a desired effect on the accessible taxi cab system. Le projet pilote de 3 ans proposé dans le rapport permettra à la ville de surveiller les initiatives proposées et de s'assurer qu'elles ont les effets voulus sur les services de taxi accessibles. And now over to Roger for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ayat. Good morning, Chair and members of committee. I have with me today Christine Hartig, who's the Program Manager of Operational Support, Kayla Woods, who's our Issues Management Specialist. I have Michael Lalonde, who's the Enforcement Supervisor. And I also have with us today David Saint, who's the consultant who conducted the review, the accessible taxi review for us. And he's here to answer questions as well on the great work that he's done. As you know, Bylaw and Regulatory Services licenses and regulates the vehicle for hire industry. which includes limousines, private transportation companies, and taxi cabs in Ottawa. We're here today to discuss accessible taxi cab services specifically. Next slide, please.
To understand the regulatory aspects of this issue, I'm going to start off with a brief explanation of the evolution of accessible taxi cabs in Ottawa. At amalgamation in 2001, 6 former municipalities licensed and regulated taxis: Cumberland, Gloucester, Canada, Nepean, Ottawa, and Vanier, with no accessible vehicles in their fleets. In 2001, Council approved the release of 25 accessible taxi plate holder licenses in Ottawa. In 2005, when the regulations of the 6 former municipalities were harmonized into one single bylaw, Council approved the issuance of 40 new accessible taxi cab plates annually starting in 2006 until the end of 2009, for a total of 185 accessible taxi cab plates to be in service by 2010. A formula for the calculation of the required number of plates based on population was embedded into the bylaw, along with the requirement for a minimum number of accessible vehicles based on fleet size. By the end of 2006, a total of 65 accessible taxi cabs were in service. Time was required to obtain the necessary specialized vehicles and meet all of the requirements of both the bylaw and the provincial accessible vehicle standards. As of 2012, any new plates issued as a result of the application of the formula would be accessible. By 2016, when the formula was updated as a result of the KPMG review and subsequent report to Council, the number of accessible plates that could be issued totaled 191. Currently, of the 191 fully wheelchair accessible plates or vehicles that could be operating, only about 80 are currently on the road, with about 20 or so of those working on paratranspo, which are pre-scheduled fares only. Those numbers do fluctuate depending on para user needs, as not all require a fully wheelchair accessible vehicle, and standard sedan taxi cabs also provide para service. In recent years, there has been a significant decline in the number of interested applicants and licensees for accessible taxi cab plates vehicle. This is in part due to the rising and additional costs with accessible vehicles, including vehicle and conversion costs, about $100,000 and up for a new fully wheelchair accessible vehicle, and additional costs associated with the repairs and maintenance of accessibility related parts, such as ramps. Further, the 10-year age limit is limiting plate holders and drivers' interest in getting back on the road, as many purchased accessible vehicles in 2012, so they're debating on whether or not to purchase a new one. In addition, the pandemic has changed the face of the industry. Specifically, it has contributed to the driver's ability to operate given fewer fares available, and as a result, those still driving do so with only one driver per plated vehicle, unlike the multiple drivers on the vehicle of previous years. Enforcement efforts, either in response to complaints or as part of focused programs, have not been sufficient to improve availability and quality of service, in part because the vehicles have to be on the road in order for enforcement to be effective. As a result, the city commissioned the on-demand accessible taxi cab service study with the goal of getting all of the current 191 allowable plates back on the road and ultimately improving service for the community of people with disabilities who are reliant on this service. Next slide, please. Since 2016, and as a result of council direction arising from the 2016 Taxi and Limousine Regulation and Service Review Report, private transportation companies licensed under the Vehicle for Hire bylaw have been paying to the city a voluntary per trip accessibility surcharge, which form the Vehicle for Hire Accessibility Fund. The per trip surcharge started at 7 cents, and following further negotiation with private transportation companies, it was increased to 10 cents effective July 2020, where it remains currently. Next slide, please. In 2019, Council approved the Vehicle for Hire Accessibility Fund allocation plan, which recommended provisions of funds for not-for-profit and community agencies to 1, expand accessible transportation services in rural areas, 2, a reduction in the cost of taxi coupons, And 3, an increase in the maximum allowance of taxi coupons per customer. Later in 2019, Council considered a staff report relating to a bylaw review work plan and approved a number of amendments to the taxi-related provisions of the Vehicle for Hire bylaw that streamlined the taxi licensing and inspection process to facilitate their operation and in turn, improve availability and quality of service. At that time, Council also directed staff to review the feasibility of a study of on-demand accessible taxi cab service and subsequently approved the retention of a consultant to undertake such a study, which has since been conducted. The consultant, as part of his process, conducted extensive research, benchmarking, and discussions with taxi industry stakeholders, Paratranspo, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and individual accessible service users who had previously contacted the city, resulting in a final report to staff with recommendations. Staff, as part of the development of its report, has circled back with those same stakeholders to identify the consultant's recommendations and solicit feedback, which help form the staff recommendations being presented today. Next slide, please. Following a comprehensive review of options, environmental scan, and stakeholder discussions, the study found that there was broad agreement that criteria-based incentives for owners and drivers in recognition of the higher costs of owning and operating a wheelchair-accessible vehicle are necessary to improve service. Further, the centralized dispatch was considered by the previous Accessibility Advisory Committee to be a fundamental building block to significantly increase the quality of service provided to disabled residents and visitors, regardless of whatever other incentive options are being presented or implemented. In reviewing the consultation results within the context of findings and the results experienced by other cities, the study ultimately recommended a hybrid package. All cities with comprehensive incentive programs, such as Calgary, Winnipeg, and Toronto, stress the importance of timely, detailed data, easily audited and administered to the success of their overall incentive programs. As such, the consultant's recommendations are that the city consider 1, developing a request for proposals for the purposes of awarding a centralized dispatch contract respecting on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicles to a third-party vendor for a 3-year period. The goal of this recommendation is to increase the availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road. The centralized 24/7 dispatch would be available via a dedicated third-party administered app, website, and telephone number. The centralized wheelchair accessible vehicle dispatch would ensure that all requests for wheelchair accessible vehicles are routed through a dedicated app, website, or phone number and dispatched to the closest available wheelchair accessible vehicle to the benefit of both the client and the driver. And the contract would be administered by the city under specified criteria, including data retention and reporting requirements. The second recommendation from the consultant is to implement an annual monetary incentive plan that recognizes the higher cost of owning and operating a wheelchair accessible vehicle with the goal of increasing the availability of wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road. Both plate holders and drivers would be eligible, and plated holders who are also drivers would be eligible to receive both incentives. There would be an overall upset limit per incentive as well. The third recommendation is to implement a per trip levy of $15 paid to the driver for each completed wheelchair accessible vehicle fare. This recognizes the higher costs and time requirements associated with accessible calls and incentivizes drivers to treat such calls as a priority. Next slide, please.
Upon reviewing the consultant's findings and recommendations, staff consulted with those same stakeholders, including the taxi industry, Paratranspo, and private transportation companies. In addition, staff presented the consultant's recommendations to the new Accessibility Advisory Committee, as well as various stakeholders and accessibility advocates through the Ottawa Disability Coalition. Through these consultations, staff heard concerns regarding the availability and quality of on-demand accessible taxi cab service, with all parties in agreement that this is a significant issue that needs to be addressed. Feedback included asking staff to increase the proposed incentives for late at night, as well as requiring that a certain number of accessible taxi cabs be required to be operational at all times. Staff carefully considered this feedback and determined that incentivizing night service may have unintended consequences and work against the other recommendations that are being proposed. For example, if more incentive is offered at night, on-demand service and availability during the day may suffer, as more drivers may opt to only drive at night for the higher incentive. Additionally, the current vehicle for hire bylaw already requires that a certain number of accessible vehicles be available at all times based on fleet size. Supply is the main issue, as there are not enough accessible vehicles on the road. This is not a problem that can be solved with enforcement. We need to find a way to get these plates, accessible vehicles, back on the road, which is what the proposed recommendations are trying to achieve. Staff generally support and agree with the consultant's recommendations with some modifications. The first staff recommendation stemming from the on-demand accessible taxi cab service study is to develop, negotiate, and implement a 3-year pilot contract with 2 optional 1-year extension periods, subject to mutual agreement of the city and the contractor, for a centralized dispatch service for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicles in consultation with the chief procurement officer and in accordance with the procurement bylaw. Staff will evaluate and report back to committee and council on the efficacy of the pilot. The second staff recommendation is for annual incentive grant on a 3-year pilot basis of a $5,000 per year for 3 years for each accessible taxi cab plate holder licensee or vehicle owner for investment in a fully wheelchair accessible vehicle subject to eligibility criteria prescribed by the chief license inspector, and to B, up to $2,000 per year for each accessible taxi cab driver for fully fulfilling criteria prescribed by the chief license inspector, including but not limited to accepting all on-demand wheelchair accessible trip requests and maintaining the vehicle operational and available for dispatched requests 50 hours per week, 48 weeks annually. And where the plate holder licensees or vehicle owners who are also licensed and actively working drivers would be eligible to receive both incentives. The last recommendation stemming from the consultant's report is the implementation of a $15 per trip contribution payable to the accessible taxi cab driver for each completed on-demand wheelchair accessible fare, subject to the eligibility criteria prescribed by the chief license inspector on a 3-year pilot basis, and would apply to on-demand wheelchair accessible taxi cab drivers who are not under contract with Paratranspo. These recommendations are intended to improve availability, timeliness, and overall quality of on-demand accessible service. Next slide, please. With respect to regulatory issues, although a number of taxi industry concerns raised with staff previously have been addressed either through bylaw amendments or administratively where lawful and feasible, there remain others that were identified both with staff and during the consultants' discussions with stakeholders that have been reviewed as part of this staff report. As these matters were out of scope for the study itself, the consultant did not make specific recommendations, but did indicate that anything encouraging re-entry into the accessible taxi cab service would be beneficial to enhancing and improving on-demand accessible service. Upon review and further consultation with the industry, staff is also recommending amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw to recognize the higher costs associated with operating an accessible taxi cab and to encourage re-entry into the business, getting the accessible plates back on the road. The proposed amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw include reduce the accessible plate holder license transfer fee to $312 per plate transfer, repeal the requirement that standard and accessible taxi cab vehicles must be less than 5 model years of age upon entry to the fleet, and to provide for an increase of the current 10-year vehicle age limit to 12 model years for taxi cab vehicles that are fully wheelchair accessible, fully electric, or hybrid. Next slide.
If approved today, funds to cover the associated expenditures would come from the Vehicle for Hire Accessibility Fund derived from the voluntary per trip accessibility surcharge to private transportation companies, and would be in addition to the 3 initiatives in the Vehicle for Hire Accessibility Fund allocation plan already approved by council in 2019 in support of the accessible transportation. After reviewing the experiences of other cities researched by the consultant, staff believe that the proposed recommendations will make a positive difference for members of the community, provide an increase in a much needed availability of service to residents, and will increase accountability and responsiveness to the accessible taxi service requests. In closing, I'd also like to thank Ryan Perot and Lisa Petch for their work on this report as well. So thank you very much to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Chapman, Ms. Hartick, and Ms. Woods for your presentation. Thank you very much. And to our consultants as well for your report and time and effort that got us here this morning. So before we receive delegations, I do want to recognize Councillor Bradley, who has a motion that she will be presenting. And in order to respect our delegates, I'd like her to read that on the record now. So Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just read the motion. So whereas the vehicle for hire bylaw regulates taxi cabs, limousines, and private transportation companies, and whereas accessible on-demand taxi cab service has suffered due to the lack of accessible plates vehicles on the road, resulting in inadequate service to the accessible community. And whereas a centralized dispatch service for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicles has been identified to improve the availability and quality of service. And whereas there is currently only one taxi cab dispatch firm operating in Ottawa, and previous market scans have identified that this specific dispatch firm is the only viable provider of accessible taxi dispatch service in Ottawa. And whereas a centralized dispatch would function more efficiently as a publicly operated entity, and whereas staff have advised the city is not currently in a position to develop its own centralized dispatch system, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to look into the feasibility of implementing a City of Ottawa run centralized dispatch system respecting on-demand accessible taxi cab service, and report back to council before the end of the proposed 3-year pilot project, ensuring sufficient time to implement a public option should the report identify this option as feasible and should council decide to pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll deal with that when we deal with the other set of recommendations from staff. Okay, we do have delegations. So each delegate, when called, can come over to this side of the chamber. And a reminder that everyone will receive up to 5 minutes to present their delegation. I'll try and give you a 1-minute warning. And then when your time has expired, I will step in and there may be questions from members of this committee. So before you leave, we'll just see if there are any questions. So first on the list is Mr. Tony Hajar. Good morning, Mr. Hajar. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I am here to speak mostly on why the accessible service is suffering. And I'm sorry I have to squeeze everything in the 5 minutes because there is a lot. The main reason why the accessible service is suffering is not because of lack of cars, but it's also the lack of all taxis. During the pandemic, we lost more than 400 cars that are off the road today, including the accessibles. Now, after Mr. Chapman asked me on my views, I started talking to all people involved, and I found out there are few reasons why the accessible service is suffering is because a lot of these accessible cars are too busy serving the standard calls. But I've also found out that the other part of society that are suffering more than the accessible wheelchair-bound people, like the seniors and the physically handicapped people who rely solely on taxis. These people, no one is here to speak on their behalf. And I wasn't here to speak on their behalf, but I gotta let you know this. Now, in order to improve the accessible service to the accessible community, you have to improve the service of the taxi industry overall. With these 400 people that are off the road today, 130 of them received letters that they will lose their licenses by the end of June if they don't come back into service. And they're not able to come back into service mainly because they've been off work for the last 3 years. Some of them are for health reasons, and some of them just can't find drivers for their cars. And there's the expense of it all. Unfortunately, when Uber was passed to come and do taxi service with no restrictions, the council did not read the KGMP report that says if you want the taxi service to survive, you have to level the playing field. Well, not only they did not level the playing field, they added extra burden on the taxi industry by adding an extra $5 million liability on top of the $2 million required by Ontario. Excuse me. And now, these 130 people, they're plate owners, taxi license owners, and they were sent letters that they will lose their plates if they can't come back to work. But these people have suffered enough. And now they're going to lose the last shred of hope that they have in order to hold on to their licenses until the business comes back, which I know it will within the next year. But how cruel can it get to these people?
1 minute.
Who are losing everything, and now they are informed that they will lose whatever little they have left. So I was hoping that you would have heart in order to let these people keep their licenses at least until they have a chance to resell them or to find drivers to work on them. I don't know what else to say, but really to improve the accessible service, you have to improve the service of the rest of the society. One senior man, he was complaining to me that he had to rely on an ambulance to get him to the emergency on a night when a simple taxi, $10 taxi ride would have done.
Mr.
And he
Hajar,
was complaining because the ambulance charged him $50 to get him to the emergency.
your time is up, Mr. Hajar. I'm just going to step in. I just want to be respectful of everyone's time, and we do have a number of speakers today. So let me just ask
I'm
if
sorry,
it's okay. Are there any questions for this delegate?
Can I turn
Seeing
this
none.
on because I couldn't hear a thing?
There are no questions, so we thank you for your delegation. Thank you.
Does this thing work?
We're finished. Your delegation
finished?
is finished, yes. Thank you. There are no questions.
Okay,
So we're going to move on to the next delegation.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is, next delegate is Dr. Lynn Ashton, and I believe the doctor is online. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So good morning. I'm Dr. Lynn Ashdown. I'm a wheelchair user. So I have used accessible taxis extensively since becoming disabled. I know this landscape well. I have witnessed firsthand the destruction of the accessible taxi industry in Ottawa over the last 8 years. What was once a reliable service has now become a crisis that needs urgent action now. You will note that I am coming to you virtually. You may ask me why. because there was little to no chance an accessible taxi could get me there at all, let alone on time. And even if I made it there, I would be stranded for hours with fear, anxiety, despair, and hope that eventually someone would come for me. Sometimes after hours of waiting, I get told there was nobody to come for me at all. Wheelchair users like me have no choice but to put their trust into a service that repeatedly fails us. Wheelchair users, I could list all of the horrendous experiences I have had, but I have lost track a long time ago. And this is not a me issue. This is an issue for all wheelchair users, many of whom have spoken out publicly as well. It's been reported in various news outlets, the dire situation, and wheelchair users like me who have experienced the exact same discrimination have come forward. I'm happy to provide references if needed. Now, I'm assuming that nobody here has had to use wheelchair accessible taxis, but I'd like for you to indulge me. I would like for you to imagine a world where yourself, as an able-bodied person, your only option for transportation was to use accessible taxis with the current state that it is in. This means no options to call Uber or Lyft, no ability to walk, cycle, or use any other mode of transportation, and very little chance a friend can just readily pick you up. How would this impact your life? Could you even be a counselor? Professionalism dictates having to arrive on time for commitments, not to mention the role that you play in engaging routinely within your community. What about getting children to and from their activities, attending social events, getting somewhere in an emergency? I'm assuming this would alter your life drastically, and you would not want to be in this situation. Now, this is just hypothetical for everyone here. For me, this is my reality. The Charter of Human Rights states that those with disabilities are to be treated equally and not subjected to discrimination. So why then is it acceptable for me to be treated this way by Ottawa, Canada's capital? The lack of accessible taxis has caused me to alter my behavior drastically over the last number of years, to the point now that I just stay in my apartment except for medical appointments because I know I will be failed again. Ottawa is telling me that going out is reserved for able-bodied people, and because I'm a wheelchair user, I should just stay in. The public consultation report in 2018 on how to use the accessibility surcharge funds found that users wanted more fleets on the road. That was the #1 ask of the public of the users. Much lower on the list was to decrease the cost of parataxi coupons. In 2019, the City of Ottawa chose to ignore the user's ask and instead lower the cost of taxi coupons. They chose the easy option, not the right option. This current crisis could have been avoided had the city acted appropriately then. This is ableism. I would like to share one experience of mine, however, from earlier this winter. I was at a medical appointment that had finished, and I had already been waiting for a taxi for an hour and a half. The clinic itself closed at 5 p.m., so I had no choice but to go outside in the cold now, alone in the dark, in a now abandoned area, not only filled with anxiety, but now in a dangerous position as a young woman in a wheelchair with nobody around, with my physical health also in jeopardy. Is this acceptable to you? I want to highlight that I don't blame the accessible taxi drivers at all. The city failed them too. I'm strictly speaking as a user of the service. Though just a starting point, I do see this report as going in the right direction, but it's just a starting point and it's the bare minimum. So I sit here and plead that as a committee, you vote to bring this forth to council. How a society treats its disabled is the true measure of a civilization. What grade do you think Ottawa is currently getting? And as councillors, do you want to be part of the solution, or do you want to continue to facilitate the oppression already occurring against people with disabilities? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashdown, for your delegation. I do have colleagues who have questions for you. Councillor Devine, you're first, and then Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Dr. Ashdown. Thank you for being here today. And so full transparency to everyone, Dr. Ashdown is a resident of Ward 9. So I've spoken to Dr. Ashdown many times as she is a constituent, but also we've dialogued a lot about this issue. So Dr. Ashdown, thank you for continuing to provide leadership and advocacy in all matters relating to the rights of persons with disabilities. And fundamentally, what we are talking about here is a human rights issue. And you have done a great service for someone like myself who does not face the challenges you face, to try to imagine what your lived experience must be like. In the city, I've even found myself in the embarrassing situation of setting up meetings with you and inviting you to come to City Hall, and you've had to give me the blank stare of conveying how exactly would I get there. So I do have a couple questions for you. You've made a very, very clear reference in your statement about how accessible taxi service has diminished over the past several years. And I appreciate that you provided the personal instance of how that affected you, for example, how it routinely affects you when it comes to medical appointments. But you've also shared with me, a very personal story that I hope you don't mind if I ask you about here. It's not just your day-to-day experience, but there's also some really, really pivotal life experiences that you have narrowly avoided missing out on that would never challenge someone like myself. So you've mentioned to me, and I have Dr. Ashdown's permission to share this. You've mentioned to me that your father is in the hospital and on his deathbed. Can you share with me what you told me last week about the challenge you faced when you got a call from the hospital suggesting that you rush to the hospital, Dr. Ashdown?
Yes, and so this is, in addition, this was very hard for me to be here today because I'm dealing with, so this is how important this issue is because I'm dealing with a member of my family that, like you said, is on his deathbed. But I initially received a call from the hospital about a week and a half ago around midnight saying that, we weren't sure he was going to make it through the night. And if you want to say your goodbyes, you should get here now. There were no accessible taxis available. Now, fortunately, he did make it through the night, but to be deprived of that opportunity to be able to have a last moment with my father is simply because I have a disability, is an absolutely horrendous, despicable situation. And I would solely hold the city of Ottawa responsible for this. This crisis could have been averted long ago. I was ringing the bells many years ago, and I am grateful that he made it through the night. But to be in that situation was absolutely horrible. And remember, as a wheelchair user, you can't just readily call up friends and hop into someone's car. I can't bike to the hospital. People would do anything to get to their loved one. And all I could do was sit and pray and hope and wonder what was going on. And would I ever be afforded the opportunity to say goodbye?
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Ashdown. Just a few other smaller questions. And you and I have spoken about this before. And when we talk about, fixing accessible taxi service, we can't have that conversation without the same time having in the back of our heads the gaps and the service level we have to improve with paratranspo. But Dr. Ashdown, is it of your opinion that knowing that so much of our accessible taxi service is filling the gaps, being service tied to paratranspo, is it of your opinion that while we are certainly going to be making some steps today until we rectify the other situation with paratranspo, we will still encounter significant gaps of service to persons in your situation?
Absolutely. And the thing is that the way that it's framed by the city is that the accessible taxis are only supposed to be there for overflow on a day when there's more users, but that actually isn't the case. It is the standard of how paratranspo operates. So if we take away the accessible taxi drivers that are actually filling the daily demand of paratranspo and sort of incentivize them to come towards the on-demand service, well, then we're leaving a huge gap in paratranspo and what is already a bad situation with paratranspo, which, by the way, is not AODA compliant. So that's going to make that situation much worse. So we can't just fix one situation without actually addressing the shortage and the issues that paratranspo is actually facing, and really forced paratranspo to become AODA compliant. The other thing that wasn't mentioned in the report was that most of the taxi drivers, the accessible taxi drivers, in order to make ends meet, they do school taxi runs every day. And so that means that during the hours of 7:30 to 10 o'clock, and then 2:30 to 5:30, they actually, even if they are working that day on demand, they're actually not available during those times. And this was not mentioned. I read this report in entirety, and that was not mentioned at all. So in addition to a shortage of accessible taxis, I've altered my behavior that I don't even book my medical appointments during those times, which I don't have full control over either. And that was excluded from the report, which I think was a massive oversight.
Dr. Ashdown, I will be raising that question to staff later. I've used up my time. Once again, just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Luloff.
Thanks so much to Councillor Devine for his line of questions. And thank you so much, Dr. Ashdown, for joining us today. I truly appreciate it, and for sharing that heart-wrenching story with us. I think it does put a fine point on some of the challenges that we're facing in providing proper accessible service in the city of Ottawa. This is something that I care very deeply about, and I really appreciate your advocacy on this. So you've read through the report in its entirety.
Yes.
Can I get your general comments on how you think some of these measures might help, and what we're certainly missing? I do know that, providing these sorts of incentives, I think, will go part of the way to incentivizing people to take these plates and to make these modifications to their vehicles. But I'd kind of like a fulsome wrap up from you on what you feel staff got right on this, and where further improvements might be able to be made as well.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff, first off, for your nice comments and for your thoughtful questions. So some of the things that I think that they got right: it is expensive to operate an accessible taxi. So, that absolutely, we need to do that. Extending the 10-year sort of cutoff to 12 years is important, because what few accessible taxi drivers have left, they're expiring essentially this year. And so we can't make what's already a terrible situation worse. So I appreciate that. I think the incentive, the $15 sort of levy for every accessible taxi driver, for every accessible user that they pick up, that would be important. One of the things that I think is missing, though, is I kept seeing the number 191 being referenced, and it was compared to Toronto. Now, what I don't think people realize is that Toronto actually forced Uber to have a wheelchair accessible vehicle option. And so to allow Uber to operate in Toronto, their council created a policy that actually said, if you want to operate more than, I think the number was 500, but it might have been 400, but please don't quote me on that. But they essentially created a policy that said, okay, you can operate, but you have to serve this other population equally. So to compare the formula that Toronto is using for how many numbers of fleets that we need actually isn't an appropriate comparison, because their wheelchair population also has an option beyond just taxis. And so the other thing is the 191 that I kept seeing referred to as, that was the number back in, I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the number sort of back in 2016. Well, in 2016, that was sort of, human rights dictates that if Uber and Lyft was introduced as yet another mode of transportation for able-bodied people, so human rights would dictate then that another option should be added for wheelchair accessible people, or anybody with disabilities for that matter. And so though that number didn't accommodate for that. So yet another person that's able-bodied had yet another way to get around the city. So really that 191 actually needed to be increased to account for the fact that able-bodied people had another way to get around as well. And also it doesn't take into account the fact that since 2016, we have an aging population. So more people have come to rely on accessible taxis now. You know, the landscape is different. Our population has increased dramatically since 2016. You know, we're talking about 8 years ago. So and yeah, so I take issue with the 191 calculation. I actually think it needs to be more. So some of the I do think the report is in the right direction and it will help to retain the few that are left, but how are we going to recruit more? And we need to recruit more than just 191, in my opinion.
That's a great answer, and really do appreciate your engagement on this. Your incredibly articulate explanation of what we're doing right, what we're not quite there with,
Yep.
And for sharing your personal experiences. It makes all the difference. Thank you so much for joining us today. I truly, truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lula.
And if Councillor Devine ensured that you were invited today, I'd like to thank him as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. We have one more colleague, Councillor Plant.
Yeah, just a quick comment for you, Dr. Ashdown. My dad passed away in March 2020 and we couldn't access the hospital at that time. And I'm not comparing my situation to yours, but not being able to be with the one you love and under circumstances completely out of your control is exceptionally frustrating. So I just wanted to send my condolences to you and tell you you are a wonderful, wonderful daughter. And I'm not comparing, but thank you for sharing that anecdote because they are so important and it does fill the gaps in what we're trying to talk about here. So merci beaucoup, j'apprécie.
Oh, and I apologize. Nobody should have to be kept away from their loved ones when they're dying. So I apologize that you were in that situation as well.
Merci.
Dr. Ashdown, thank you so much for your delegation this morning and bringing your personal experience to us. It's very important for us to hear this as part of our decision making this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you for everyone's attention.
Thank you. Our next delegate this morning is Georges Jarwan. Morning. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, committee. My name is George Arawan, and I have been an accessible plate owner and taxi driver for over 35 years, working under Coventry Connection Blue Line Taxi. Today, I would like to express our frustration that we are feeling at the unjust treatment practice against us by Coventry Connection, the Union Uniform, and Bear McGregor Insurance Broker. During the pandemic, the former president of the local union signed a deal with the arbitrator and Coventry Connection without our consent and without going through a voting process. In this agreement, they asked the driver to pay a taxi stand fee for each month where we are not at work and give us until the end of March 2021 to pay all those fees. We believe that it's unfair to pay for a service that we did not receive during the emergency pandemic time. After the deadline, Coventry Connection terminate our plate from the fleet because we are unable to pay the company. Following this event, us, the kick-out driver, plan to go on our own and free ourselves from the monopoly of Coventry Connection by trying to establish our own company. After many search, no broker in Ontario willing to intervene in Ottawa and provide us with insurance. Now, I would like to thank the City of Ottawa for preparing the on-demand accessible taxi service study report. I have read your report and your recommendation. I disagree with you on some of the conclusion, in particular, the one where you should give this contract to the monopoly Coventry Connection, which is some mysterious way prevent any taxi driver from obtaining insurance, but through them. Instead of solving the taxi problem in Ottawa, you are contributing to make it bigger by awarding the contract to this company. Why are the 111 taxi accessible plate not able to go back to work? You missed the root cause that prevent us from going back to work, which is the commercial insurance issue and the monopoly of Coventry Connection, which gives no chance for any other insurance company to provide us with an insurance other than the one they provide. How can you award the contract to a company that does not want to allow the driver to go back to work? Also, why you want the City of Ottawa taxi company to bid on accessible car dispatching, open it Canada-wide? There are many companies in Canada that don't have insurance monopoly problem. They can bid on it. Coventry Connection is taking the City of Ottawa, the driver, and the community as a hostages, and you will be awarding him more money. The municipality is the one who issued the taxi plate, which should be serving the community and securing transportation in the city, especially for older people and people in disability. And it's a responsibility for putting them in service. Where is the municipality in all of this? And why is it watching our situation, but not taking any stance and remaining silent about what is hoping? Like, dear Honorable, what I'm asking you today, the opportunity to provide better service for our citizens and for our mobility challenge and for taxi driver and their family who lost their livelihood is in your hand. I'm asking City of Ottawa to establish independent dispatch system for all the accessible, work directly with the City of Ottawa and their paratransport service, provide us a fleet insurance and the City of Ottawa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I do see a member has a question. Councillor Devine.
I just wanted to thank you for your delegation. The issues you raise is certainly something that several councillors are concerned about. And just so you know, in the recommendations that we have today, we are not officially awarding a contract to anyone, but there are certainly concerns about the recommendations today, or at least concerns about what we have available to us in the City of Ottawa, that we are certainly listening to your concern, and we're going to be talking to staff during this meeting about how there might be some possible solutions to at least try to avoid the questions and the challenges that you face. So I just want to say thank you for your delegation, and you're certainly being heard, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
you. One more question, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your delegation. Just a quick clarification question. Can you confirm, or are you aware of how many accessible taxi plate drivers are in the same position as you and are unable to have a relationship with Coventry Connections?
I can hear you.
Sorry, I can repeat that. Are you aware of how many accessible taxi drivers like yourself who are unable to enter into a relationship with Coventry Connections as a result of this insurance dispute?
Yes.
Can you share that number? I just want to get a sense of how many accessible plates are out there that are not being used because they cannot work with the dispatcher that this report recommends that we provide this contract to.
Like from 191 accessible plate, you have 111 out of service, and which mean each accessible, usually in 12-hour shift, they can provide service for 15 call, which mean 111 accessible taxi plate out of service. They can make average 1,700 call per day, which mean our community, they are deprived from 1,700 call per day. And if you calculate, like, since the emergency pandemic in March 2020 up to now, the number, it's increased so much because the population more and the people asking more senior, more people in wheelchair, more people in electric wheelchair or manual wheelchair. And after my experience in 35 years, the accessible van, 90% from the people using this service, ma'am, they going to cancer building, dialysis building, doctor building, clinic, doctor appointment all over. Only 10% they going to the mall or grocery store, which means 111 taxi plate out of service since March 2020 up to now. That's a crime against our community. That's a shame, very shame. How Coventry Connection, they got contract to provide service as a paratransport since 2003 up to 2023, like almost 20 years, and she make millions of dollars, and she knows those vans provide service for the people in the accessible community and mobility challenge, and he knows they need the service. You believe, like on my case, I spent like $200,000. I bought the plate, $165,000, and the van another $30,000, $200,000. It's fair. I park my van at home. I pay every month $850 car loan payment plus another $130 in private insurance, which means cost me $1,000. And my van sitting at home, I can provide the service, and our community suffering for service, and I can't do anything. It's fair. It's not fair at all.
Thank you.
That's what happened to our community. That's very shame for Coventry Connections. That's why I am here today. I am very, very upset if they get the contract again, because Coventry Connection, after my experience,
Sir, I'm just gonna jump in. I think you've answered the councilor's question.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
And we have other delegates. You're very passionate. We love that. Thank you. But we're going to hear
Good.
from other delegates this morning, and I encourage you to stay for the debate and discussion.
Great. Thank you so much for that response. One of the points there I just wanted to highlight is that a lot of the clients that are using accessible on-demand service right now are going to medical appointments. And in this very same meeting, we're going to be talking about paramedic services soon. And I think that if we don't provide a quality accessible service, we're going to see that provide a further drain on our paramedic service as well. So just thanks to the delegate again
Thank
for
you.
sharing.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay.
Views.
We'll continue with the list that I have. Next is Abdul Hamid Hussein. Welcome. And following this delegate, our last delegation will be Amrik Singh. Good morning, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I am here today just because I lose 260,000 when I bought 2 accessible van in 2009 and 2014. And now I get to the retirement time. At the same time, now here I have 6-7 comments, and I have a few videos, small videos recording. And I had a special website on YouTube just because I'm complaining about the city. Now, during the last 7 years, the city agreed to give us as an owner of Accessible $50 discount only because we have more expenses. $50 in the driver license, taxi driver license, not on the plate, in the taxi license. And that is very, it is non-reasonable at all. Now, let me start with the picture of the taxi industry in Ottawa. We have 3 owners. 3 owners, they own 233 cabs. And if the cab has no driver, they stop the insurance and the dispatch fee. Those 3 owners is Westway and Capital Blue Line. And the rest at the moment, there are there are, by the time of Uber came, there are 500 multi-plate owner, 500 exactly, or 501. I know by the number, because all the taxi plate in Ottawa, 1188, it is owned by 755 owner. 3 of them, they own 233, and they don't care if there are a driver on their vehicle or no. So they don't care about if there are a driver or no. They lose only conversion. By the time, the rest of the 755, the rest of the owner, the rest of the owner of the taxis, the rest of the single plate owner or multi-plate owner, they supposed to pay dispatch fee no matter there are driver or no driver. So the problem was when Uber came and 500 multi-plate owner, they own 755 a plate. All of them, they don't want to spend any more money on dispatch and no driver there. So they sell it by cheap to the single plate owner to increase the number of the single plate owner. Used to be 210 single plate owner, and now increased because the multi-plate owner like me, I left them and I don't find any buyer anyway. I have 3, 2 accessible and 1, because I expect that the average age in Canada is 82 years, and we need this service. That's why I bought the 2 accessible plate. And now no driver at all to go from the minute Uber came. 1 week after Uber, the driver, he left me and he told me why I spend more gas and more headache. By the time 3,000, 4,000, I could buy Uber car. So they ran away.
1 minute. 1 minute. You have 1 more minute left. Please continue.
Oh, sorry. So I prefer to put the video or the recording if you don't mind. Because
you can use your time as best as you wish. Please go ahead.
1 minute is not enough for me. I think it is. Thank you very much. Anyway, for the bonus of the accessible van, it must be 4 kinds of bonus. One of them, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000, 3 years for any accessible van go to the service. 3 years, 8, 7. This is for the conversion, 21,000. And now if you bring small car and van, small car hybrid, Prius, Mr. Marc Andre, he has, they pay the difference on gas for the same mileage, 250 kilometers, is $45. $45. This $45
Mr.
is enough
Hussain,
to
I'm just going to intervene now. We've come to the end of your 5 minutes. I gave you a little bit of extra. I'll see if there are any questions for you. There are none at this time. Thank you for your delegation.
But for the compensation, I know something about the compensation, how it must be worked.
We're going to continue with the other delegate at this time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Sorry for any mistake.
No, we appreciate that. Amrit Singh is next. Mr. Singh, good morning to you. Good to see you. You have 5 minutes, just like everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Amrit Singh. I'm president of Unifor Local 1688. We represent all the taxi drivers who work for taxi companies in Ottawa. First of all, I will say thank you to Roger, Christine, and all their team for doing good, hard work. Mr. Chair, if you remember, in this room in 2016, I said 10 times that if you bring PTCs without any condition, first casualty is going to be accessible drivers. And that's what's happening today. And I am cautioning you today again, throwing money on the problem is not going to work. A accessible taxi driver does not matter what work you do in your life. You need enough money at the end of the day to support your family. Accessible drivers, when we have more than 180 drivers, they used to drive 1 or 2 fares a day with people on wheelchair. Rest, they make their living by driving ordinary public. Now, if you don't help that section of, so that we have enough people taking taxis and relax some bylaws which govern all taxi drivers, my worry is this proposal may not work. Now, there are a lot of plate owners accessible who are sitting home because they did not renew their plates. Why don't we give them their plates back and let them work? Now, how you can help the whole situation? Like accessible taxis, non-accessible, we work at the airport, we pay $5.50 to the airport authority. Anytime I pick up a fare at Ottawa Airport, I pay $5.50 to the airport authority, then I pay insurance, then I pay my stand fee, then I pay the credit card fee. Now, how can we afford? What we are proposing is you pass that on to the consumer, put that in the tariff card. As the whole world run that way, the consumer pay. Plate transfers. When the plates were being sold for $350,000, we used to pay $4,200 transfer fee, transferring from A to B. Now the plates are sold for $10,000. We're still paying $4,200. Well, why? Now, there are things like age of the vehicle. Thank you to the Rogers team that they are saying it's increased to 12 years for accessible and electric and hybrid vehicles. But there are very few left. Can you please make it 12 years for everybody? That will be less work for you and it will be good for the present taxi drivers. Now, there are minor things like time off. If taxi driver want to go, I mean, most of us are immigrant, want to go back to his country and take time off, there are too many restrictions imposed. Councillor Diane Dean and our ex-mayor keep on saying in 2016 that we are taking the handcuffs off, but you're putting more. They ask you, where are you going? I don't know.
1 minute.
I'll bring you a ticket. Why? Because I look brown, I have to go out of country. I may want to spend time in my basement. Why city care? You are a regulator. You are not our employer. There are inspections. We are saying the inspections, there is no need of inspections now. We can give the safety certificate to the city of Ottawa every year or maybe twice a year. And that should be allowed. And all the plates who are not working, I think the city should renew them. And some of those people will come back, especially accessible, and they will help the situation to drive accessible fares. And some of those people should be drive independently. Today, the bylaw is for accessible that you have to work for a company. And if the company don't take you, you can't work. I mean, if people want to work independently, they should be allowed.
Mr. Singh, that's your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you. I see the time.
There is a question, at least one from a colleague. So I'm going to yield the floor to Councillor Johnson.
Hi, thank you very much for your delegation. So many of the things you listed, I think will be with respect to the larger bylaw review, which will be coming later on or at the beginning of next term. But specifically with the accessible plates, I wonder what has the union been doing to support those drivers that hold either accessible plates or drive the vehicles in their dispute with their employer? How have you been helping them to get back to work?
Excuse me, I don't understand your question.
Well, I just wonder if they're a membership in a union, the union is trying to support them to get back to work. I understand from another delegate that we have a dispute on our hands that is limiting those drivers that want to get back on the road. I'm wondering what role Unifor is taking to support those workers to get back to work.
Well, if you are talking about some drivers accessible and non-accessible who are not allowed to come back to work, my predecessors, the union, had mediated settlement with the company through Sydney Baxter, the arbitrator. Okay, that arbitrator put a condition that all those people who want to work for these companies must pay their dues by 21st of, I think, March 2021. So those who did not pay the dues according to the arbitrator were terminated. What the union doing for them is the arbitrator settlement. Both parties have to agree. The union is ready to help, but the union alone cannot, because it's the arbitrator settlement and now is it in the collective agreements.
So does that mean that those drivers and those plates are just lost in this system forever?
Well, why don't you allow them to work independently? If the city really want to help, allow them to work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other questions. So Mr. Singh, thank you for your presence today in your delegation.
Thank you.
We will begin discussion momentarily. So thank you very much. Okay, now is the time for the committee to reflect on the recommendations before us. I do want to ask staff first to comment on Councillor Bradley's motion that she tabled at the beginning. If you could just provide some context and a staff response to her motion, I think that will help. And I do want to make everyone aware that Councillor Leeper whispered in my ear that there are refreshments in the green room beside us, should you make yourself available. And since I'm chairing this meeting, the first person who goes in has to bring me something. So, but to staff on Councillor Bradley's motion, I'll yield the floor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff do support Councillor Bradley's motion. We're prepared to monitor the 3-year pilot and look at the feasibility of possibly, having somebody available to do the dispatch service. The challenge that we have right now is that we're not aware of anybody else who can provide this service. So I know we've heard today that, the concerns about Coventry Connections being awarded this contract. Again, I remind committee that the recommendation is for city staff to whether it's RFP, but to enter into discussions to, acquire a contractor, but also to discuss implementation and along with some performance standards. So it's something that we take very seriously. We understand the concerns. We've heard the concerns from committee members when we did our rounds. And it's something that we are taking into consideration when negotiating this contract.
Okay, I appreciate that context and reply. Okay, Councillor Lulaf, questions, comments on the recommendations before us. Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I mean, we have the Bradley motion in front of us. I'm also wondering if there's dispatch services already being provided for those in our accessible community through Paratranspo. Is this something that might be able to be wrapped in to Paratranspo so it's just one telephone call? I mean, if you're calling in to Paratranspo to book a bus and they know that there's not one available at that time, is there an opportunity there to then have the Paratranspo operator dispatch an accessible cab? Just to make things a little bit easier, I see I'm getting a call here. I'll turn it off. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great question, Counselor. And again, this is something that we did consult with Paratranspo. Unfortunately, the Paratranspo do not dispatch to accessible taxis currently. They're not set up to be a dispatch service. They're a call intake. They prepare a list of addresses, names, and phone numbers, locations of where pickups are required, and they share that list with Coventry Connections, and Coventry Connections prepare the dispatch logs and dispatch the accessible cabs to those calls.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. And just to touch on comments from my colleague, Councillor Lulaf, I did touch base with Renee Amilcar this morning with regard to my motion. She's prepared to work with bylaw services on this as well, recognizing that if we did go with an in-house option, likely it would fall with transit services. But I'll go with my questions to staff. One of the delegates, Mr. Hajar, had mentioned that there's 130 accessible plate holders that will have their place revoked if they do not get on the road. He said June, but we're in June now, so I'm not sure if that's the timing or if it was June of next year. I'm just wondering that if these recommendations were approved today, how would staff be working with these drivers to share these incentive programs to perhaps extend that deadline to get them back on the road if they have these incentives in place?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We've engaged in conversations with Mr. Hajar throughout this process. We've been clear that our intention is to have these 191 plates back on the road. We're invested in this. We know that this service is very important to the community. As we've said in the past, enforcement's failed. Without the vehicles on the road, enforcement's not the solution here. But we need those plates back on the road. We need to find a way to get those plates back on the road. We believe that these recommendations brought forward today provide the incentive for these plate holders and drivers to come back. But we also need to recognize that, these plates going unrenewed is not the answer either. So council did provide delegated authority to me as the chief license inspector back in 2020 to extend renewal periods. I'm still prepared to do that. But we do ask that the drivers on an individual basis provide an explanation why they can't renew their plate. And to this date, we still have not refused one driver who's asked for an extension for the renewal. And that'll continue to be the process as long as there's a solution in place for them to provide a vehicle and attach that plate to the vehicle and get back on the road.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. There was another delegate that spoke about a dispute between the accessible taxi drivers and Coventry Connections. And we heard Mr. Singh say that that has been arbitrated, but it's concerning to me that with Coventry being the only game in town, that if there are a number of plate owners and drivers that have accessible plates that can't work with this operator, how do we manage that? How does that impact our ability to get more accessible taxis on the road when these individuals potentially can't work with the only dispatch that the city of Ottawa has approved? And I think he said the number was 111, but I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yeah, I can confirm that currently there's about 90 accessible plates that are active. So, there's about 100 plates that are inactive currently. Again, we're hoping that these recommendations brought forward will provide enough incentive to bring them back. Those 130 some plates that have been terminated from Coventry Connection or from Blue Line and Capital, it's our understanding that about 65 of those plates are fully accessible plates. And that's our focus right now, is to get those accessible plates back on. I was reminded yesterday that there are other brokers, that are licensed here in the city, Westway being one, and I understand that Westway is prepared to take those 65 plates back on today, if possible. So, there is opportunities for them to get back on. I have had conversations with Marc-Andre Way, who's the broker and CAO of Coventry Connections, about our concerns about these plates and how we can better the opportunity for them to come back on the fleet. Again, these are labor issues that are between the union and the broker. And again, I remind everybody that we're in a unique situation here where City of Ottawa has a union for their taxi drivers. There's only one other municipality in Ontario that has a union, that's Windsor. and only one other municipality across the country that has a union, and I believe that's a small city somewhere in Saskatchewan. So we're very unique here. There's not a lot of learning experiences for us to deal with, being that we're a major city here with a union that has a collective agreement that governs a lot of these issues.
Thank you. So this report and the recommendations before us would allow the flexibility to enter into an agreement with more than one broker. So if Westway was prepared to take on those 65 accessible taxi cabs, we have that flexibility built into this report. They would still qualify for the incentives. It would, like, that's, perhaps I just read the recommendations wrong. I just want to understand that.
Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor, that's correct. If they're dispatched through the centralized dispatch system, they would be eligible for those incentives.
Okay, great. That's a great segue just into the incentives. I have a couple questions. So the $5,000 incentive, it said plate holder / vehicle owner. So do you have to own the vehicle to get the incentive, correct? You have to have a plate and own the vehicle?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So my concern a little bit is that it sounds to me that we can't find drivers, because I was understanding there's a lot of complexities and challenges with picking up an accessible fare versus a non-accessible fare. So how did staff arrive at the $5,000 incentive for the vehicle fit up and only a $2,000 incentive to have that driver continue on being a driver year after year? How did you arrive at that balance?
Mr. Chair, Councillor, if I understand your question correctly, maybe just a point of clarification. So in many cases, the plate holder, vehicle owner, and driver are all the same person. So they would be eligible for a combination of the $2,000 incentive annually, as well as the $5,000 incentive annually. So they would be eligible for the $7,000.
And is that unique to accessible fares? Because it was my understanding that it was mostly plate owners were not also operators. So is that unique to accessible then, as opposed to non-accessible plates?
Mr. Chair, that's correct, Councillor. Those are unique to the fully wheelchair accessible vehicles only.
I'm not sure how I'm doing on my time, but I have one more question. Do we have a sense of what the service level is now for accessible taxi service? So how long it would take an accessible call to arrive versus a non-accessible ride?
Mr. Chair, again, I don't have those exact numbers. I can tell you that when we started focusing enforcement in this area, when we saw that that the industry was, the community was suffering, and that the industry wasn't providing the much needed service. We started some focused enforcement on this initiative, and what we saw was that every time a call came up, the dispatch board would go dark. Drivers were hiding basically because they weren't interested in taking the accessible fares. And that certainly wasn't the intent of the bylaw and releasing these plates. It was to provide this service to a much deserved community. And, but we quickly realized that although we did issue several charges, several dozen charges, we quickly realized that enforcement wasn't the solution here. We needed something else. And that's what led to this, the accessible taxi study that we did.
Thanks so much. And that's my main concern here today as well. At the end of the day, we want to ensure that we have quality, accessible service, on-demand taxi service for the residents of Ottawa. And I think that's what we heard from some of the delegates today too, and that this report may get us partway there, but maybe not all the way. I would be interested to see that if we do approve this today and we enter into an RFP process, that we wrap around benchmarks of what we want to see in terms of service standards, because I know I had a conversation with Mr. Way in my office, and he had concerns about with these current recommendations, whether or not he was going to be able to attract drivers to drive accessible cabs or make any improvements to accessible service. So we're stuck in this for 3 years, and with the only game in town and the operator saying he's not even sure he can guarantee an improvement of service, I'm just concerned. And that's why I brought my motion forward to at least at the end of this 3-year pilot, give us options to consider if maybe bringing this in-house, working with Paratranspo, so that we have control as a municipality over the level and quality of service, accessible service for the accessibility community here in the city. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for all your work on this report.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley, for your questions and comments. Councillor Dudas, you're next, and then Johnson, DeRoche, and Devine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. we heard from at least one of the delegates about how disruptive it can be to their lives if a taxi doesn't come. It's more than just a person with no accessibility issues who can have multiple options. You can hail a taxi on the street, you're waiting for your ride to come, and if they don't come, that can incredibly impact your day, your life, your ability to move around our city. I'm wondering if these recommendations are implemented by this committee and by council. Will accessible taxi users, people who have accessibility issues, will they see an improvement in the service? Will they see more of these taxis on the road? Is that the intention of this? Or is it to return to a status quo that we saw pre-pandemic? Or is it to try to incentivize growth? What can they expect to see out of this? And is there kind of an idea as the timeline as to when they may see that?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor. Great question. Just to step back a little bit, I mean, when we implemented this program years ago, I mean, it was the intent of the city of Ottawa to be a leader in this industry, and our intent was to be able to provide as many accessible taxi, fully accessible taxi cabs as possible. We further, pushed that initiative by in 2012, we made the decision that any new plates that were issued in the city of Ottawa would be for fully accessible vehicles only. So we no longer issue standard taxi plates here in Ottawa. We used to be able to say that we had the best accessible service and providing that to the accessible community, not just in Ontario, but across the country. I'm not sure that we can brag about that anymore. Although I can tell you that just about every municipality is suffering in the same regard here in Ottawa as we are here in Ottawa. They're experiencing the same challenges. With all that said, though, are we going to flip a switch tomorrow and all of a sudden all these accessible cabs are going to come back on the road? I'd like to say yes, but I don't think that's going to happen immediately. I'd like to say by the end of the year, we're going to see a majority of these plates come back. I mean, I've talked to some of these drivers. I've talked to the plate holders. I've talked to the brokers. It's something that we're all, I mean, as bylaw and regulatory services, we're passionate about this. We're invested in this. We understand that, there's a service that has to be provided here, and that we're, a player in this, that we can certainly help get these cabs back on the road. And that's what we're going to work on in the next 6 months.
The other point that I took from one of our delegates too is that at least in one other jurisdiction, likely in others, they're working with some of the Lyfts, Ubers, those kind of other companies to determine if they could provide more accessible taxis on the road. Is this a conversation that the city of Ottawa is having with our local franchise owners?
Mr. Chair, thank you again, Councillor. Yes, we have been engaged in conversations with both Uber and Lyft, the two transportation companies that are currently licensed here in Ottawa. I can tell you that both companies do support these recommendations, and they support the use of the accessibility surcharge fund, that they support providing that to the taxi industry to be able to provide this service. And they also have told us that, there may be a time in the next year or so that they may get involved in this industry as well. And they wanted to ensure that if they were to put fully accessible, wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road, that they would be entitled to these same incentives. And our answer was that, currently that's not the way the bylaw is structured, but it would be something that we would certainly consider should they make a decision to put some fully accessible vehicles on the road.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about the centralized dispatch system. I had the similar concerns to my colleagues. I'm so happy that Councillor Bradley brought forward that motion. I think we should keep all options available. So once we go through the 3 years, we have that opportunity to look at whether an in-house option is better or whether other entities would be willing to take that on. My question, though, is in the here and now, are we going to be issuing a larger RPF, or is it a sole source? What is the intent of how we're going to issue that request for proposals?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So currently, we're only aware of one company that can provide this service. So our intent right now is to issue a letter of intent. We've in consultation with the Chief Procurement Officer. It's been recommended that we do a letter of intent to the public to say that we're engaging in discussions with a certain company to provide this service. And that if there's anybody else out there that can provide this service, that they should contact the chief license inspector and we'll have a deadline, so a date for them to do that. And if we do get any other expressions of interest, we will review those to see if they're able to provide those services. And at that point, we'll have to make a decision of whether we go to an RFP or not.
So I appreciate that. And I know that the intent is to get this project up and going, right? We need to start the incentivization of accessible taxis. I would really encourage, though, a letter of intent. Okay, I get it. You're working through to get to that end goal of that 3 years. My concern, though, is that's very limiting, right? We've heard many occasions of, Canada tech companies saying we can help, we can do things. We know that there is the potential eventually that maybe Paratranspo can jump into this field. Who knows? Maybe there's some businesses Canada-wide that might be interested. I don't like not casting a broad net. I know it makes more work. I know it's more difficult, and I know it might be, a lost cause. There might be nothing out there right now, but I really don't like almost sole sourcing any contract. I don't think it's good value for money. I don't think it's good value for service. And if there's any way that staff, as you proceed through this process, even prior to the 3 years, as outlined in Councillor Bradley's motion, could look to any opportunities, I'd be very willing to entertain that. So that's my only comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Johnson, Deroche, and then Devine. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to follow up on Councillor Dudas, because I think I got lost just right at the end there. So are you saying that the letter of intent would be only coming after the pilot, or the letter of intent? Yeah, it's sooner, right? The letter of intent is to execute the pilot.
Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Right. And so in that case, I would strongly agree with Councillor Dudas that given the given the tone of the committee, I think a more open request for, even a request expressing interest versus a letter of intent, by the way, if you have interest optically on something like this, I feel would be a preferred option. I don't know if there's a motion or an action to take for us to have that deliberation or is that a direction, or I'm not sure, Chair. Do you have an idea?
I want to get Mr. Chapman's comment first.
Certainly.
So again, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The procurement bylaw would, I take it under advisement, and we will engage in further conversations with the Chief Procurement Officer to ensure that we're following the corporate policies and to ensure that we're following the bylaw to ensure that we're doing everything right. So again, we have had those preliminary discussions. As soon as we have the recommendations approved, we will engage in further conversations to see where we go with this.
Okay, thank you very much. So just a few questions. I wonder why is it a 3-year pilot versus a 2-year pilot, for example?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. The 3-year pilot was based on the incentive program. So again, recognizing that we had identified that the $15,000 over the 3 years is what we wanted to provide as an incentive for the retrofit of those vehicles and the cost of the vehicles. So we wanted to tie this dispatch pilot into the same incentive packages that we're providing.
Thank you. And I wonder when it comes to the replenishment of the fund, what rate of replenishment does that fund have on a yearly basis? So as we draw down $1 million a year, what kind of return do we see?
So currently the fund has about $3 million. Right now we're seeing with the rides that are increasing, the revenues are increasing. So we're seeing that we're getting back to where we were pre-pandemic levels on a revenue. So We're in about 1.2 to 1.4 million dollars that will be allocated to that fund on an annual basis.
Okay, so then you don't predict that, at the end of the 3-year pilot, if we do continue with the same model, that we would lose the financial position we're in to offer that kind of incentive program through that fund? Do you intend to see that happen through that fund in perpetuity, or would it move into a different type of model?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, that is certainly the intention, is to continue with the funding through the accessible fund.
So of course, I somewhat share I certainly share the concerns that Councillor Bradley has raised as part of her motion, in the sense that we do have an external partner that has some degree of control over the success or failure of this pilot. And I believe that accessible transportation, when we're looking at the AODA and we want that parallel service, that a public interest might preserve those values in a more consistent way than the outsourcing. But I appreciate the position that we're in, given the size of the fleet that is required and not having that in-house. But I was wondering if you could articulate sort of what the consultation process was with your stakeholders that fed into this report, and how Para was able to determine that they were not able to participate at this time.
Maybe I could pass this to our consultant, to David, to speak to the stakeholders that were consulted.
Yeah, sure. The consultant report did request that an RFP be released, which could have included a response from Paratranspo. So I knew staff was consulting internally to see if Paratranspo had some capacity, and I think the answer was no. But per the consultations in my report, we dealt with brokers. We dealt with a advisory group that was from the Taxi Accessibility Advisory Group. We consulted with the Accessibility Advisory Committee as part of the report, and anyone who had ever been on record as providing feedback. So there were a number of accessibility advocates that were here back in when the Councillor Luloff motion was approved back in 2019, people who attended that meeting. So basically we reached out to anyone who had expressed an interest in the issue leading up to the report when it was approved and directed for our firm to work on.
Thank you. So so in this case, we didn't have a written submission from Paratranspo outlining how they weren't able to take on the service, or what their presupposition to not be able to absorb this or be curious about it. We don't have a record of that participation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We don't have any written submission. We did consult with them on many occasions and had dialogue and discussion about whether they could take this on. And well, the response that we received was that they weren't prepared to do that right now. They're not set up for that. They don't provide on-demand service. They require a 24-hour to 48-hour notice before they can provide an accessible response. So that's they have said that at some point during the 3-year pilot, they'd be interested in engaging in conversation again, but no assurance that they would be able to provide this service even at that time.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm very glad that Councillor Bradley has put forward this motion so that we can ensure that there is some type of internal review that can be visible to committee and perhaps also to Transit Commission when it comes to those types of decisions. I'm really curious to understand the response from staff with the correspondence that we received from the chair of the Accessibility Committee or Accessibility Advisory Committee. Just last night, they had a few strong suggestions for what still needs to be put through. And I do wonder what ability the current pilot will have to address some of these issues. So they list the inability to book an accessible vehicle in advance. So I assume that means to choose choose an accessible vehicle in advance. an unreasonable response window. So the idea that they aren't also able to hail a taxi and ensure that they have it in a response, in a reasonable response time. Do we have assurances that some of these needs can be met under the current proposal?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, for sure. That's the intent. I mean, as we see the numbers increase of these fully accessible wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road, we're hoping that the service will increase, obviously, and with more vehicles, it'll be a quicker response. So people that require these vehicles will no longer have to wait, as we've heard, 3 and 4 hours, in some cases even longer.
Thank you very much. I know when I spoke with Marc-Andre Way and we asked him whether or not, the examples that we've had of people waiting, 6-7 hours for service, whether the recommendations for this would actually solve for that. They let me know that in fact, they're considering this a half measure. This report is a half measure, and that they will not be able to guarantee the service that is required for those who are in need without further commitments by the city to give over the plate regulation completely. And so I think for those reasons, I am resistant to not reviewing this within a timely way so that we can ensure that we are delivering a fully equitable service. And when I hear a private partner say that that the yardstick can move further, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about that for the delegations that we heard with that lived experience. And I'm concerned for my friends that have to rely on this service. So I appreciate staff taking what they needed to do to advance this issue to this point, but I think we do have a great deal of work to do. And I would encourage us to consider that jointly with the Transit Commission moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Councillor LaRoche, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question in a few comments. This is a very difficult and complex file. It's an agonizing file. The more you look into it, the less you like. And we often have a very limited choices and because of decisions that have been made over time. But I think in this case, in terms of the staff report, you found the right balance so that we can make some much needed improvement. It is a balancing act with all the various stakeholders and interests. And to pull one little string in some of the pieces of this sometimes can lead to 2 steps backwards. So I think we're in a good spot today to move forward and hopefully make a difference. One of the stakeholders is obviously the rideshare program who's funding this pilot, and we received some correspondence in the last few days in terms of their position. And wondering if you could just confirm today that there's support for this initiative. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I missed the question at the end there. I think you're asking me if they are in support of the.
Yeah, the rideshare. I'll say community. They're supportive of this initiative.
Yes, absolutely. So both Uber and Lyft, we met with them throughout this process, and they're both very supportive of the recommendations that have been put forward today.
Okay, as I said, I'll be supporting it today, and look forward to seeing some results. It's been in the works for some time, so we do need to get things rolling. Councillor Bradley was speaking to me earlier about the motion that she's put forward. I will support it today. I guess to me, it's a choice between kind of not great and not great. I mean, it's not great that there's competition there. It's not great potentially that we'd be taking in-house and we'd be hiring more. And I think it's up to me in terms of the new hires. It's going to go to Mr. Poirier and the pressures that he has in the paramedic service. So I'm okay with looking into it. I think that at the very least, we need the leverage potentially so that when we're sort of looking at the results of this, that if there are some alternatives, we can use that as leverage to make sure that our interests are protected. So I'll support it today, but again, I hope we're looking at as many innovative avenues as possible. It always surprises me that there's not some other provider to do this. I'm sure if we went to Shopify and said, could you make this? Like, I'd be surprised if they couldn't. So again, that's oversimplifying it. I certainly understand that, but hopefully, again, we'll see some feedback in terms of what our options are so that we're not kind of in this awkward position that we're in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm really grateful that we're having this conversation, and I'm grateful that it sounds like all members of the committee are recognizing the concern and recognizing the gaps that we have. And I am very grateful that Councillor Bradley brought this motion, and it sounds like there is support for this motion. So I don't think I have to fight for it too hard. But what I appreciate about the motion, there's two ways I'm appreciating it. One is that it's providing us with options, because when it comes to the centralized dispatch, it's being framed or discussed as if we don't have options. And for any kind of situation, any kind of procurement situation that is meant to address what is clearly being seen as a massive issue to fix, I am very wary about only having one option before me, when the option before me is one of many players in the system, and the system is clearly not performing as we need it to be. And so for that sense alone, I think we have to be very smart and open-minded and pragmatic about this. And so I'm very wary about having only one option. The other reason I'm appreciative of the Bradley motion is that I'm not yet, with the desire to have options on the table, I would very much like to see private option versus public option. And I think this affords us that opportunity. And with regards to what you were mentioning about Paratranspo and OC Transpo not having the capacity to do it, that means they don't have the capacity now. That doesn't mean they don't foresee that they could, but in the current reality, they don't. On the issue of Paratranspo not being set up for on-demand, I understand that that is the situation right now. But in the city of Ottawa, writ large with OC Transpo and Transit Commission, for non-Paratranspo, when it comes to our transit, we are starting conversations about having our Transit Commission, having OC Transpo explore on demand for the entire system. And so if Transit Commission, OC Transpo writ large is willing to entertain on demand, I can only assume that Paratranspo would be willing to have that conversation if the resources were there. So I'm very grateful for having that motion, but for my lack of understanding of what a centralized dispatch would do and what it requires to function, I don't see it as a bricks and mortar situation. Can you explain to me, Mr. Chapman, when we say that right now, Coventry, and I'm not trying to make this about Coventry, right now in our status quo, we only have one option that has the capacity. Can you explain why how that might be determined? And based on the questions, based on what we're hearing, that does this have to be an Ottawa-based institution? Are there not other technological options for operating a centralized dispatch? Could we farm this out overseas? Can you explain what it is about how we are envisioning centralized dispatch that we only have one option?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The way the dispatch, so the way the bylaw is structured is that in order to dispatch to a taxi cab, you must be a licensed broker to start with, and you can only dispatch to licensed taxi cabs. So, and again, here in Ottawa with our union, with the taxi union, there are collective agreements in place that for somebody else to come in and try and dispatch to taxis, it would be a challenge because they can't dispatch to the unionized taxi cabs that are currently licensed here in Ottawa. There's some restrictions in their collective agreement. But again, I mean, we're willing to look at anybody who has the ability to provide this service. We've had one other person who's come forward just recently that we will engage in or have started to engage in conversation with. If they're able to provide the service and they have the ability to do that, then we certainly will have to go to RFP to make this a competitive process. So that's the end goal is, we want to provide the service to the accessible community that needs the service, and it's Again, the dispatch service is really about having a centralized, aside from where the standard plates are being dispatched from, we want a fully accessible service where people can call, they can text, they can email, whatever their disability may be that that creates challenges for them to contact a taxi company. We want to make that as easy as possible for them. So those are some of the parameters that we'll put in place. But it's also about the incentive program that we're recommending here today. We want to have some performance measurements that we can audit and have oversight on a daily basis to ensure that the service is improving for one, but also that they're meeting our expectations, the community's expectations, and council's expectations. So that's the purpose of centralized dispatch.
Thank you. And I do want to get to the incentives because I am very excited about those. One last question about procurement and dispatch. If, as I understand it correctly, the process you're envisioning is a letter of intent, which then would be succeeded by an RFP. If that is the route we go, and a letter of intent to a sole source, and then we open to RFP, does the letter of intent kind of put anything else that might come to an RFP automatically at a disadvantage?
Mr. Chair, it's a great question, Councillor, and again, we'd have to consult with the Chief Procurement Officer. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today, but it's something we can look at and get an answer before council for you.
Okay, thank you. So now I may run out of time, but I think at committee I can get back on. I don't think there's any of your hands up. I just have a few questions about the incentives, which, as I said, I do appreciate. I want to get a clearer understanding of the definition of on demand that is in the recommendations, because what we are definitely looking to avoid is a reinforcement of any challenge you have right now. And the delegate, Dr. Ashdown, was referring to. So we know that accessible taxi drivers are supporting paratransport. They are put out on demand school hours. So I'm not sure if those services, if they count towards or don't count towards on demand. Can you let me know that first? Then it'll help me my next question.
Mr. Chair, Councillor, the answer is unless that call comes through the centralized dispatch for on-demand, fully accessible service, it does not, these incentives do not apply.
But to meet the criteria for on-demand, I have to be, if I'm a plate holder, I have to be providing a certain number of hours, as I understand it.
Yes, that's correct. So, yes.
And if I'm a plate holder and I'm doing a school run, or if I'm filling in for paratransport, is that counting towards my on-demand hours?
Mr. Chair, currently that would, the 5 days a week, 10 hours a day. The requirement is it's not just for accessible rides, it's also for standard rides. So the fully accessible vehicles are permitted to take standard fares as well. So the hours that they're on, that would be included. So it's, again, the 5 days a week, 10 hours a day.
So I could be receiving the incentives, the financial incentives, even if, forgive me if I'm not understanding this correctly, so I'm a plate holder, can I receive the incentive if I am not only doing a paratranspo run or not only doing a school run, but even if I'm just coming to pick you up? If I'm not responding to am I still qualifying for those on-demand hours? Am I getting the incentive?
Mr. Chair, so Councillor, I'll do this the best way I can to clarify that. I think there's some confusion here. So again, the $15 per trip incentive that we're recommending only applies to the fully accessible fares that are called in through the centralized dispatch. The requirements to be on the road for the 48 weeks a year to 50 hours a week, those incentives of 5,000 and 2,000 would apply to all the 191 fully accessible vehicles that provide those hours on the road. There are opportunities for these fully accessible vehicles to do other work, including paratransport work. I understand that there are a few that do some school runs as well. So that would be part of their 50 hours a week that they provide the service. But again, the way we're structuring this centralized dispatch is that the priority is always given to the calls for on-demand service. So if there a vehicle that's on that day and a fare comes in, a request comes in for a fully accessible vehicle, the priority goes to that call. So they have to drop everything else and go to that call. And we're going to structure this so that there's zones set up so that we have a certain number of fully accessible vehicles in each area of the city for quick response.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say, if you've got more, I would prefer I put you back on the list.
Yep, there's others.
Do you have much more to go down?
I have one quick question.
Ask it now.
So with recommendation 5C, to provide for an increase of the current 10-year vehicle age limit to 12 years. I'm very grateful for that. I can see how that will help a lot of drivers. And I absolutely support extending it to 12 years. But just on the safety issue, because I know that the original reason of having it limited to 10 years is to ensure that we have safety and viability of those vehicles at that 10-year limit. If we are broadening it to 12 years, do we then put any further, not restrictions, but criteria to make sure that during those 2 years, those vehicles are viable? Will they have to pass a test to go from 10th year to 11th year? Are there going to be more inspections during those years? I don't want to make it onerous. I just want to make sure that we have something in place so that for those other 2 years, the vehicles are still safe and roadworthy.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. At this time, we're not proposing any additional restrictions or requirements for the 2-year extension. There's several reasons why we're doing that. We've seen a change in the industry, obviously, that we no longer see situations where we have 2 drivers on each vehicle. We no longer see situations where vehicles are on the road for 24/7. So the wear and tear on the vehicles are a lot less, and these vehicles can be extended an additional 2 years. I also want to make sure that everybody's aware that we still require a safety certificate on an annual basis, and we do annual inspections on these vehicles. So we're not crawling underneath the vehicles but we are looking at tires, brakes, and things like that, as well as the cameras and the meters in the vehicles.
Thank you. That's all the reassurance I need. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Devine. Councillor Luloff, second round, and then Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much. We're talking a lot today about the dispatcher, but not necessarily the companies that can be dispatched. So just to make it clear to our listeners and to members of the public, what taxi companies does Coventry Connection own or work with in the city of Ottawa?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So Coventry Connections works with Blue Line, Capital, and Westway Taxi.
Okay, thank you very much. If PTCs decide tomorrow that they're no longer willing to pay a voluntary levy, where would funds come from?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. That's part of the reason why we've initiated the recommendation for a 3-year pilot, and it's based on the fact that we feel that there's enough funding currently available in the fund to be able to fund this program for the 3 years. In a situation where the PTC's companies decide to withdraw their voluntary contribution to this fund, it would be an opportunity for us to come back to committee and council with further recommendations.
I suppose that would also be the case, Chief Chapman, that if PTCs do decide to offer accessible vehicles within the city of Ottawa, which would be pretty great, there would no longer be a reason for them to be paying into this fund. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the answer to this question is a little bit more complex because, again, we have requirements in the vehicle for hire bylaw that pertain to taxis specifically for the amount of accessible vehicles that must be provided, for the amount of vehicles they have on the fleet. So if we came to a situation where PTC companies were considering putting their own fully accessible vehicles, I would suggest that would be an opportunity for us to come back to committee and council for recommendations to ensure that it's not just an end to the accessible fund. We'd need some parameters in the bylaw for how many vehicles they have to provide.
Thanks, Roger. I'll cede the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to dive in a little bit more on recommendation number 2. In the first part, part A, it says that it's a 3-year pilot with the option to extend for 1 year twice, essentially. So it could potentially be a 5-year pilot. And then recommendation B says that you'd come back to council and committee on the efficacy of the pilot. So I'm just wondering, after 3 years, would you come back to council and committee and then we would make the decision, or are we delegating the authority to staff to extend this pilot? And if that was the case, on what basis would you choose to extend the pilot? Would it be success of they've met all of the benchmark, service level has improved? Just trying to understand that before we delegate that away.
Mr. Chair, a great question, Councillor, and yes, that's what we would base the extension on. You know, obviously, we've committed to reporting back on an annual basis through our annual report on the efficacy of this program. Should we see there's been progress made and that you know, we feel that and the community feels that they're being serviced the way they should, you know, we do have the options then to extend the program on a 1-year basis. Again, conversely, if we see that there's issues and that we don't see that the program's working, it gives us an opportunity to come back to committee and council with further recommendations.
I appreciate that response. And I heard from many of my colleagues around the table today that there is some concern around this pilot project. And so that delegation of authority to extend for an additional 2 years causes me concern too, particularly when we are looking at exploring other options of bringing that in-house. And I don't want us to enter into a 5-year agreement if we're not satisfied. So I don't know if there's an opportunity here to amend this recommendation that you would come back to committee for approval before extending the pilot project. I know we've done that at Transportation Committee with the e-scooters. We come back year after year for approval just to make sure that everything is tickety-boo. So I think I would need a motion for that, but it's something that for tickety-boo. I think I need a motion to amend recommendation number 2 to remove the delegated authority to extend the pilot project, in which case you'd come back to committee to seek approval to extend the pilot project. So I think I'll work with that.
Let me just jump in first. 2B says evaluate and report back to committee and council on the efficacy of the pilot. So to Mr. Chapman, are you going to wait until the end of the 3 years to do that? I mean, I think there's an opportunity here for the committee to receive an update and provide guidance, direction. If the pilot wasn't as successful, or if we need to make tweaks to, you know, maybe that's the route we go, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the reporting back to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our intent and you have my assurance that we will be reporting annually as part of our annual report on the efficacy of this program on an annual basis.
So Councillor Bradley, I don't know if that suffice for you, because again, the committee will be getting annual updates. And there will be an opportunity, if the direction needs to change, to provide that direction and input. Are you satisfied in that regard?
I am, yeah, because it wasn't clear here how it read that if you could potentially extend the pilot and then with B come back to committee at any time, whether it be at that 3 or 5 year mark. So if your commitment is to come back annually, then I'm fine with that.
Very good. All right. Okay, and is that it from you? Okay, Councillor Hill, you're next. And your microphone is on, Councillor Devine. Councillor Hill, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to staff and to the delegates and to my colleagues really for such a good discussion on this very important topic. The majority of the things that I was interested in have been discussed. I do have one kind of outstanding question. It's with regards to kind of the financials here. So my question for staff would be, do we have an understanding of the financials for Coventry in regards to the dispatch process to know, you know, like, is this a big lucrative money-making opportunity, or is this kind of a break-even thing, or how does that component work to what we're looking at?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Just for clarification, so are you asking if there's financial incentive for whoever bids on this dispatch service?
That's exactly what I'm asking, yeah.
So thank you for that. So the intent is not to provide any financial incentive to a dispatch service. It's truly to set up just a centralized dispatch service to be able to have some performance measurements that we can put on and ensure that when we're paying out the $15 per trip, we need to be able to audit these records and make sure that we're not there's no games being played basically, and that we're only paying for that fully accessible service that's being provided.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Chair.
Great, thank you for that. Last call. Okay, so we're going to deal with Councillor Bradley's motion first. Does anyone need that put up back on the screen before I call the vote? So on Councillor Bradley's motion, is that motion carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. And then on the staff recommendation, would anyone like that displayed so we can see it? I'm seeing no requests. Is the staff recommendation on-demand accessible taxi service study, minor amendments to vehicle for hire bylaw related to taxi cabs? Is the staff set of recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff for your work on this item. Okay. 5.2 is the 2023-2026 corporate bylaw review work plan. Who shall I turn to first? General Manager?
Thank you, Chair. Now we will have Valerie Bietlo present and recommend the bylaw review work plan. In the last term of council, council approved a bylaw review framework which provides direction to staff for developing the bylaw review work plan. Public policy development coordinates the corporate work plan. And today we are sharing the work plan with you on behalf of multiple city departments which undertake the bylaw reviews. Thank you to all departments for their contributions to the work plan and the report. Thank you to Valerie and her team for ensuring that we have multiple voices, that the multiple voices are heard throughout the process, and that councillors were able to bring forward their burning issues. The team has heard the integrated your feedback where possible to develop work plan that I think will achieve what we were hoping. L'équipe a entendu vos commentaires et les a intégrés dans la mesure du possible à l'élaboration du plan du travail qui permettra, selon moi, d'entendre l'objectif souhaité. Merci. Valerie.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today with two members of my team, Kate Todd and Jared Riley, who have been involved in the elaboration of this plan. To begin, I'd like to provide a bit of background. So next slide, please. The development of one consolidated bylaw review work plan for each term of council is a best practice that council adopted in 2019. The coordinated effort helps ensure that staff are moving forward with the bylaw review projects that are a priority for council and for the city. It also helps departments plan out their work and ensure that the city's bylaws are being reviewed and updated regularly, following a consistent process. Finally, the term of council work plan also helps departments communicate out on these projects on a regular basis. The work plan only addresses public-facing or regulatory bylaws. Other types of bylaws of the city, for example, administrative bylaws, are not on the work plan because, as you know, they are reviewed regularly according to other processes such as governance or midterm governance reviews. The work plan includes both the review of existing city bylaws as well as the consideration of new regulations for emerging areas or new areas that might be of concern to council. This term of council is actually the second time that the city has followed this coordinated cross-departmental process to identify and prioritize bylaw reviews into one consolidated four-year calendar. And despite some impacts from the pandemic in last year's bylaw review work plan and the schedule, we assess that this process continues to be valuable and that the overall bylaw review framework is still working very well. La conception d'un plan de travail pour l'examen des règlements municipaux à chaque mandat du Conseil est une pratique adoptée depuis 2019. C'est le deuxième mandat au cours duquel la VIS suit cette procédure coordonnée parmi les directions générales pour cibler les règlements et prioriser leur examen sur les 4 ans du mandat et nous estimons en tant que personnel que ce processus fonctionne bien. Next slide, please. The process for selecting bylaw reviews and developing the work plan was multi-phased. First, the city departments completed an assessment of their own department's regulatory bylaws against council-approved criteria to determine if a particular bylaw or issue required a review this term. The benchmark is that as a minimum, the city's regulatory bylaws are to be dusted off and reviewed at least once every 10 years, if not sooner, to ensure that they're still meeting council's goals, that they're still enforceable and still working well. Other criteria used to evaluate and prioritize bylaw reviews include changes to legislation, the presence of emerging issues, enforcement challenges, or court cases, among others. Le processus pour sélectionner les règlements municipaux à examiner pendant ce mandat du Conseil comptait plusieurs étapes. Parmi les autres critères utilisés pour prioriser les règlements en vue d'examen, on retrouve les changements législatifs, l'émergence de nouveaux enjeux ou des difficultés d'exécution, entre autres. À titre de repère, on considère qu'un règlement devrait être examiné au moins une fois tous les 10 ans pour s'assurer que le règlement remplit toujours les objectifs du Conseil et qu'il est bien appliqué. Nous avons aussi consulté chaque membre du Conseil afin de cibler les enjeux émergents et les lacunes à inclure dans notre plan de travail proposé. Altogether, staff from city departments evaluated over 100 regulatory bylaws, licensing schedules, and emerging issues. And following this assessment, we took into consideration staff capacity, stakeholder availability, and departmental priorities to put together the 4-year work plan that we're recommending today. We also consulted with each member of council, which allowed us to identify any ward-specific or emerging issues and any gaps that should be considered on the proposed work plan. And this process also was able to inform and in some cases broaden the scope of some reviews that we're proposing. En fin de compte, nous n'avions pas la capacité de répondre à la demande. Et le principal enjeu de la conception de ce plan de travail est de choisir les règlements à examiner afin de produire un plan de travail qui est réaliste et réalisable en fonction de la capacité de chaque direction générale lors de ce mandat. Ultimately, there were more requests for bylaw review items than there is capacity to undertake the work. The biggest pinch point for the development of the work plan was the selection of reviews to meet priorities, but also to produce a work plan that is realistic and achievable this term based on departmental capacity to deliver on those projects. Next slide, please. The bylaw review plan that's being recommended today at document 1 of the staff report includes 35 projects or bylaw reviews spanning 6 departments, with reports coming forward to a variety of standing committees and council from 2023 to 2026. Generally, the work on the proposed work plan falls into the following categories. Some projects are associated with provincially regulated timelines or expiration dates or amendments to provincial legislation, which makes a review of that particular bylaw necessary this term. For example, we're planning a review of the city's towing and storage regulations based on the imminent launch of the provincial regime in this sector. There are also reviews resulting from council direction. For example, the idling control bylaw, the snowplow contractor licensing, and the use and care of road bylaw reviews. The work plan includes reviews for which a potential new or different regulatory approach or different regulations may be needed to address specific emerging community issues or other issues. For example, one of these is the potential regulations for vaping product retailers and new regulations for landscapers. And finally, the work plan also includes a focus on modernizing legislation this term. And from an EPS perspective, we'll be focusing on business licensing with the review of specific regulatory categories for licensed businesses followed by a review and complete reenactment of the city's licensing bylaw at the end of this term. The length of each review will depend on the subject matter. Le plan proposé comprend 35 examens et projets répartis dans 6 directions générales. Des rapports seront présentés à divers comités permanents et au Conseil entre 2023 et 2026. Certains examens peuvent être réalisés en seulement 6 ou 9 mois, tandis que d'autres devront nécessiter 12, 10, 8 mois ou même plus. Next slide, please. So the next steps, Mr. Chair, the work plan will rise to council for consideration on June 28th. Following approval of the work plan, staff will begin work on the development of a public-facing bylaw review webpage on ottawa.ca to help inform the public and stakeholders of ongoing or planned projects. That will provide information about the timing of the reviews, the public engagement opportunities that may be coming up. Will provide relevant information about the subject and the scope of review and links to relevant reports where possible. Le plan de travail sera présenté au Conseil pour examen le 28 juin prochain. Suivant l'approbation, le personnel commencera à préparer une page publique sur ottawa.ca qui servira à informer le public des examens en cours ou prévus et notamment quand ils auront lieu, qui sont les personnes ressources clés, les points pertinents du travail et les liens vers les rapports ou de l'information pertinente. Once the work plan is approved, departments will begin the work. Following each bylaw review, the department question responsible for the work will report out on the results to the appropriate standing committee if it's a report or by other means as appropriate. Staff acknowledge, Mr. Chair, that new emerging issues could arise over the term of council. Should council request a change to the work plan, staff capacity to undertake the new work, as well as the resources and reporting out timelines in play will need to be assessed. In some cases, a motion would therefore be amended to the work plan, would be necessary to amend the work plan to remove an existing item of similar scope and shift timelines if necessary. So that would have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Chair, we're presenting a work plan today that is our best recommendation based on the evaluation process that consisted of staff assessment, consultation feedback from all members of council, and then follow-up research and consideration of identified emerging issues. The proposed work plan for this term of council, we believe, continues to meet the requirements of the council-approved bylaw review framework and delivers on the goals of adhering to a consistent and standardized bylaw review process. I'd like to thank the Public Policy Development Team for their work on this file, as well as our departmental contacts. As General Manager Ayat mentioned, they contributed quite a bit of information to the development of this work plan. And finally, I'd also like to thank members of committee for their consultation and engagement with us and the very valuable feedback that they gave us. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Voilà qui met fin à notre présentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Let me provide you with my gratitude on behalf of the committee for the work that you and your team have put in. This is not just a detailed report, but I do believe an ambitious work plan. I've seen a few now, and this certainly covers a number of bylaws that we would like to review. And I want to say I appreciate the detail in your report. You acknowledge a number of bylaws that are not in the proposed work plan, but you've given some rationale as to why they are not included. And I really appreciate that because it addresses a number of issues that people at least raised in the consultation. You've provided some input, so I really appreciate that. And I do appreciate that every member of council participated in this process, so thank you. Okay, questions, comments for staff, starting with Councillor Desroches and then Plante and then Dudas.
Thanks, Chair. Again, some questions and comments. I think some members of the public might look at this and say, oh, great, more regulations coming. Not keen on that, but I appreciate the briefings that you provided leading into this. And I think the answer that you provided was that, or we talked about that, a regulatory regime is much like a garden. You have to go in sometimes and weed it and make sure that, we've got the right regulations. Some are working, some are not. So just overall, you're not looking at doing more regulations. You're potentially looking at, again, weeding some of the regulations to make sure that we've got that right focus.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's absolutely right. So the purpose of the review will be to ensure that existing regulations are still working. Do we need to add to them? Do we need to amend them? Do we need to remove some? And also see if there's any gaps that could be potentially filled by regulations. We don't just look at regulatory solutions. We look at non-regulatory measures as well, such as more information, more education. So not all bylaw review projects will end up in new bylaws.
Good, thank you. Just a couple of the specific items here. Number 5, clothing donation box bylaw, and I can understand some of the concerns there. But this should be an enabling regulation, right? Especially with the decision we made yesterday on waste curbside pickup, and hopefully people will be diverting more reusable goods like clothing and furniture and what have you to legitimate groups who have legitimate charitable objectives in that. So again, I hope the review of this will deal with some of the difficulties that we're having, but at the same time, not have it so that it's a barrier for this to happen. I think it's going to be critical going forward for waste diversion.
Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. We're looking to put forward a regulatory regime that does not create barriers, that encourages good clothing donation box operators that are responsible for the condition of their boxes. One of the newer factors that we're looking at is also how we can dovetail with the solid waste master plan and particularly the textile diversion goals. So we're looking at that, and we hope to be reporting out on that in September of this year.
Great. Item 18, snowplow contractor licensing. The discussions I had with you were on smart salt use. And, I had a briefing with staff of the city the other day from our surface ops groups. We're doing our best to be an efficient salt user. There's no substitute for it, but it is a commodity that causes great difficulties for the environment. So we have to be very prudent. And I was hoping that as a part of this review that we'd look at kind of salt use by contractors and dealing with when people see piles of salt that have been applied in too much quantity, that potentially that's something that we would deal with.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is absolutely going to be folded into our review.
Okay, and item 28, landscaper regulatory review. I don't doubt we've got a lot of cat and mouse situations where we're out there dealing with vehicles, dealing with vehicles on the street, dealing with vehicles on our multi-use pathways, trying to get access to people's property and that. So look forward to this. But I think one of the other areas we're certainly seeing in my community where you have illegal driveways, you have illegal infrastructure going in, is that something we'd be looking at as part of this exercise?
Mr. Chair, yes, it will be.
Okay. And this is one where I guess we can only regulate the city of Ottawa, but the expectation would be that out of province landscapers would need a license to operate here or potentially?
That is something we look at as part of that review. Typically, if the city of Ottawa regulates a particular business, anyone who is conducting that business within Ottawa, whether their head office is anywhere else, is obliged to follow those rules and obtain a license or a permit, as the case may be.
Okay, 2 more items, Mr. Chair, then I'll be done. So item number 8, false fire alarm bylaw. Again, look forward to that. And, look particularly around our schools and where we potentially have difficult schools. I'm concerned about the removal of the school resource officers. I'm not saying it would necessarily prevent some of these, but I think that's a program that, again, helps create safer schools. So I'll be interested in seeing, just a comment, I'll be interested in seeing, how the schools shape up in that situation there. Lastly, item 28, review of the potential regulation of leaf blowers and small 2-stroke engine. Not sure I'm there on that one. I told you I would have taken this one out, but in the spirit of compromise here, I understand there'll be some views that it should stay in there. This is an emergency preparedness committee, and we see when we go through storms and we go through major situations that people are out there cleaning up their streets and using various gas powered tools and what have you. So I'd have some serious concerns if we got into this area here. And again, not going to move to take it out, but again, it's not something I'm likely going to be too supportive of, depending on what it looks like. So thank you. That's all my comments and questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plante, and then Judas.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Premièrement, j'aimerais souligner le travail énormément difficile que j'ai dans mon quartier. J'ai comme des crises qui se joignent à l'autre. J'ai la crise du logement, la crise des opioïdes, et j'ai aussi des propriétaires ou des locataires, disons, comme Smart Living, qui franchement n'ont pas le bien-être des résidents et des résidentes de mon quartier à cœur, mais je sais que les ambulanciers, les policiers, les paramédics, vous avez un travail très difficile dans mon quartier. Je voulais juste souligner que c'est pas évident, et puis on apprécie beaucoup les efforts que vous faites dans le quartier 12. But just moving a bit over to the bylaw side, and if I hope it's okay, I'm going to ask the question to Mr. Chapman. I was wondering, because I often get calls from my residents, especially when we're dealing with derelict landlords, to, go after them, fine them to the hilt, and, sort of make them suffer financially for the neglect that they spread around my neighborhood. And I was wondering if you could comment a bit about the fine system and how that works in a neighborhood like mine.
Can I just jump in, please? Because we all have examples of matters that bylaw, I think, could provide a little more attention to. But if you can wrap this around the context of the work plan.
Yeah, that's my next question.
Okay, so if we could get a short answer, and then we'll get back to the work plan.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. The fines, we make requests for set fine amounts. Those fines are approved through the Attorney General's office. So we can make recommendations. And again, for Part 1 fines, the maximum is $1,000. So somewhere in that range is what we usually ask for set fines, particularly in where we see that there's a high rate of repeat offenders. We try and get those fines as high as we can. But again, when the Attorney General is reviewing these, obviously they take into consideration what the set fine amounts are at other municipalities.
Merci. Now, is there a way through the bylaw review, that you will be looking or making any recommendations for fines?
Fines can get augmented internally by staff at regular intervals, so there's no need for bylaw amendments to augment fines.
Okay, thank you very much. C'est tout. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor. And I understand now the context you were setting up the other question, so I appreciate that. Okay, Councillor Dudas.
I just wanted to say amazing work. I know that you're trying to combine all of the concerns brought forward by councillors in the community and review them in a timely fashion. And some of them just don't make the cut. I was very happy to see the snow plow and landscaper review will take place. You had confirmed to me that you'll be reaching out to stakeholders and really working with them closely so that there's no surprises. But I do know that a lot of our residents kind of get caught between a rock and a hard place. And I'm using that term exactly in that, is that they'll hire a landscaper, they'll go put in hard landscaping measures, but it's contrary to the city's bylaw, and then they're on the hook for fixing it. So I think that there's a lot of educational component that will come with that. I'm really eager to see the outcomes of your review. I did have two specific things that didn't quite make the cut that I just wanted to ask about. And I know we had mentioned this before. One of them was in regards to off-leash dogs and some of the work that's being done about that. I know that that's a complaint that's citywide. People have concerns about how that is enforced. And I wanted to just ask, I know that there are measures that are coming forward, particularly this summer, and if you could just elaborate about how you will be addressing those concerns.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Off-leash dogs in parks specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
Yeah, so council did approve additional summer students for bylaw and regulatory services for this summer. So those summer students have been hired and are now in place, and I'm sure that the public in general and city councilors, if you're in those parks, you'll see that our presence is certainly increased in the parks. It's not just about enforcement. We're also, it's more of an education initiative. We're working with residents. We're setting up on weekends to, sell dog licenses, but also to engage in conversations with pet owners to ensure that they're aware of the regulations. At the same time, we're monitoring the parks for any illegal activity, but also checking the parks for appropriate signage to make sure that adequate signage is in place so that there's no confusion for the user to know when their dog should be on a leash and off a leash. And again, it's those larger parks where you have mixed use, where you have ball fields and soccer fields and splash pads and off leash areas and on leash areas. It gets rather confusing for the user. So we're really trying to increase the signage where possible, but also engaging with the park users to ensure that they're aware of the regulations.
No, and that's good. And I'm glad to hear that it's a constant on your mind rather than as part of this review. I would encourage you that before you put any signs up, that you work closely with the ward counselor. Sometimes it does come as a surprise, especially if historically an area has been used for one purpose and not the other. And then a sign is put up and a counselor then has to field the residents' concerns or questions about a change when it may have also always been that way. It just wasn't signed in that fashion. I wanted to ask about the special events on public and private property bylaw review and that portion of it. I just wanted to I think that this is important. I mean, we've seen a ramp up of demonstrations. We've had an occupation of our city. We know that people are now on a happier note coming out of the pandemic, wanting to do more events and activities. I just want to be very, very, I want some clarity, I suppose, that we're not looking to constrict our residents from having more opportunities to celebrate our city, have special events. We're reviewing it, making sure that it's streamlined and clear, and that we will continue to allow our residents to, demonstrate peacefully. We'll be able to have street parties, things like that, because I just don't want to see more bureaucracy layered on a process. It seems to be working okay, and I'm sure that review is necessary, but I just don't want to see any onerous restrictions on residents who just want to celebrate our city.
Mr. Chair, yes, it's certainly not our intent to layer on new requirements. Those two bylaws will be reviewed to make sure they're still working the way they should. We'll be consulting with event organizers, people in the sector, members of the public. We haven't devised our engagement plan yet, but that will be our next step. We'll also be considering, though, the recommendations of the Public Order Commission and the city's own audit reports on the convoy, just to see if there are lessons learned that we have to be aware of as we look at, for example, events on the right-of-way. That particular bylaw will be reviewed by Public Works, and we'll be working very closely with them during that review. But the intent is to make sure that the regulations that are in place are still working well. If they're not, to see if any gaps can be filled by different or amendments to the regulations.
I'm happy to hear that, and I will look forward to those results. I would just suggest that absolutely we need to review it in the context of the core and the demonstrations that we have, the experiences the city has endured in the past with illegal demonstrations, but also the very legal and permissible ones. But it's also very different from somebody requesting a street party in the suburbs, or, a fair in Carp, or, so once again, I would really keep that in mind. And I know you will be, that there's very, very varied types of events that you'll be looking at in this. And once again, making sure that residents are able to enjoy our city, celebrate our city, gather together in groups, and not making them go through too much red tape to do it would be appreciated. That's all for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Are there any other speakers to this item? The recommendation before us is that this committee recommend that council approve the 2023 to 2026 corporate bylaw review work plan set out in document 1 and described in this report. Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. It's 12:06. I would like us to recess until 12:20. 12:25. I know that's not too much time, but we do have two bundled items left. They're fairly substantial in the subject matter. And I do want us an opportunity to take a break at this time. So we are recessed until 12:25. We're just waiting for quorum to be achieved, and as soon as we have quorum, we will resume. All right, we have quorum back, so I would like to call us back to order. And the next items on our agenda are 5.3, the Ottawa Paramedic Service 2021 and 2022 Annual Report. And I believe we will be also at the same time address 5.4, the Ottawa Paramedic Service 2024-2026 Investment Plan. So at this point, I would like to yield to the General Manager Ayotte, to do the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Chair. Today, Chief Poirier will present the Ottawa Paramedic Service 2021-2022 annual reports and the 2024-2026 investment plan report together. I'm extremely proud of the work that the Ottawa Paramedic Service does, including all of their staff. They do incredible work each day to help save lives in our city. Je suis très fier du travail accompli par le service Paramedic d'Ottawa et tout son personnel. Ils font un travail très important au quotidien en aidant et sauvant les vies des résidents de notre ville. They do this often. They do this oftentimes in very difficult situations and circumstances. And yet, day in and day out, they are there when we need them most. Thank you. The service has faced some unprecedented growth in the last 2 years. On top of that, the service has also seen offload delays increasing, and as a result, an unprecedented number of level zeros, 1,800 this past year. This situation cannot continue. La situation doit changer. The recommendations in the investment plan report attempt to address these critical issues facing our service today, as our mitigation strategies are no longer ensuring we meet our response time standards. Now over to Pierre to continue with the presentation.
Merci Kim, puis merci le Président. Thank you, Chair Brockington, and thanks for the opportunity to present today both on our annual report and our investment report. Next slide, please. Pour commencer, je vais faire un aperçu de notre service. Le service Paramedic d'Ottawa est financé à 50-50 avec la ville puis le gouvernement provincial. Notre centre intégré de répartition des ambulances est financé à 100% par le gouvernement provincial. Notre budget d'environ 130 millions, donc 75 millions est parvenu du gouvernement provincial. Le service Paramedic d'Ottawa, notre service est environ, notre zone de service est 2800 km². Et on a 727 employés à temps plein. Puis notre centre de répartition a une zone de service de plus de 100 km jusqu'à la province de Québec puis aux États-Unis. Next slide. Ma prestation de service, on a eu plus de 184 000 interventions. C'est pas facile de dire ça, mais la phase, c'est une hausse de 23% sur 2021. Notre équipe inclut nos agents de communication, nos répartiteurs, des techniciens de responsables de matériel et d'approvisionnement, nos paramédics et les employés de soutien. On a plusieurs équipes spécialisées, nos paramédics communautaires, l'équipe d'intervention pour le bien-être mental, notre équipe nautique, une unité de soutien des paramédics, une équipe aussi de paramédics tactiques, puis notre équipe en formation et éducation publique. La prochaine. Nos problèmes et nos défis. On a plusieurs pressions sur notre système en raison de croissance démographique et du vieillissement de nos patients. C'est très important de notre augmentation annuelle moyenne de 6% de nombre d'interventions au cours des 10 dernières années. Et les défis, c'est inclus notre délai de déchargement, les incidents de niveau 0 et que les normes prescrites non atteintes en matière de délai d'intervention. Puis la hausse des coûts sur le CSPAAT, WSIB, puis aussi la hausse de nombre de congés de maladie. So in terms of our service and offload delay, next slide. It is arguably the single most important issue facing the paramedic service. In 2022, we had on average 500 hours of offload delay per day. And as you can see from the graph, that number went from just over 50,000 to 93,000 hours. That 93,000 hours is, when you look at it, it's 2 paramedics. So doing the calculation, it's about 186,000 hours of labor. You know, and the truth is that when paramedics are stuck in offload delay, they're not able to provide that service to our community. So this is a real problem. Next slide. With respect to the combination of offload delay, it is the principal trigger of level 0. And what happens is that we're not able to respond to other calls in the community. It is the largest contributor to level 0. And as we reported in the media several times, over 1,800 events, 73,000 minutes, and doing the calculation, that's somewhere around 7 weeks of the year 2022, where there was no ambulance available to respond to that next call for service. And really the truth is that the excessive offload delay combined with the level 0 events is a risk to public health and public safety. Next slide. So just in terms of putting this in task, in framing the kind of what's happened, and we've sat down with the mayor's office and we talked about, you know, how do we put this in context of what is related to growth, because growth has been a significant impact on the service. And we have an expectation year over year, as population grows, there should be more calls. But we're still an understanding of how has offload delay impacted the service and how do we extract what is growth from what is related to offload delay. And this little slide kind of puts it in context that, you know, if we were to look at a 90-minute time on task, which would be the time from when we get a call, go to the call, treat the patient, transport them to the hospital, spend time at the hospital, you notice it's only 30 minutes, and then have a time to refresh our vehicle, that's some of that time is about 90 minutes. And if you look below, the slide shows that since 2018, the number has increased significantly from 102 minutes to last year's 157 minutes. So, you know, 2.5 hours is being spent in the hospital at the 90th percentile. And this is a significant problem. So what we've taken a look at is how to extract the time between 90 minutes and 157 minutes and look at what that calculation is versus what is the growth. Next slide, please. And this is really what's disappointing in terms of, you know, many people would say, so what, you're at level 0, or so what that there's an offload delay. And the truth is, at the end of the day, it's impacting our service to our community. And we get our data in terms of on a yearly basis, usually early in the year, somewhere February, March, April. And this is data that we received this year on 2022. And we also included 2021 data here. And what is really kind of shocking and disappointing is the fact that the result of offload delay and the pressures in our service have severely impacted our ability to respond to the most life-threatening calls that we have in our community. CTAS-1 are life-threatening, maybe chest pain, respiratory problems. But if you look down below at the sudden cardiac arrest, that number has dropped from a performance measure where we had an expectation of being above 65% to below 50%. And that significant change is where we talk about a risk to public safety. So there was many problems. I'm forthright in bringing it forward, but we'll also bring forward solutions as we go forward. Next slide, please. So as much as you would ask, you know, what we've had a problem, what have you done to create solutions to mitigate, to offset these issues? And over the last couple of years, and probably historically we've been engaged in these activities, is to look at what strategies could you put in place to mitigate offload delay. And you can look at how can we go all the way upstream to in our communication center to divert the call there, to diverting the call once we're with the patient, or once we're with the patient, could we take them someplace other than the hospital? So some of these strategies include looking at the patient priority system, where we will allocate patients to the hospital that is most able to accept the patient in terms of time. We have several initiatives where we've taken a look at, can we put a paramedic in the hospital? So one paramedic could look after 4 patients to relieve 4 crews, in other words, returning 8 paramedics back into the community. We've been working with the province on the dedicated offload nurse program, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but it's a good program, but it's probably something that is reaching its point of diminishing return. I just looked in the last week, for 7 days straight, the general hospital wasn't able to provide an offload nurse overnight. And then we've done things to help, and we hope that it helps within the flow of a patient through the hospital. So we allow the physicians to start their treatment on the stretcher while paramedics are still taking care of the patient. We've also permitted paramedics and to continue to provide treatment themselves while in offload delay. Operation, we've done little things like we actually will send a part of our equipment and supply technicians to go to the hospital to refresh a vehicle so that it's available for service immediately when the paramedic crew has been offloaded or their patient has been offloaded. We have several diversion strategies and deployment strategies as well. Community paramedics currently look after almost 5,000 people in the community, be it people waiting for long-term care beds or people post-surgery, so that they don't call paramedics to take them back to the hospital. We talk about the mental well-being response team. They will transport 1/3 of the patients to whom they attend, whereas normally when a paramedic crews to visit somebody, they transport at least 2/3 of the time. We're also looking at ways how we can, and I say it in a very safe way, that we can cancel on people who may not need our service instantly. Excuse me. We also have several deployment strategies that we're employing at this time. We have single paramedics who work in an emergency response vehicle. And we're excited about what's coming in the future is we have a new system that's coming into the communication center next year, which will be much more sophisticated in how it prioritizes calls. So those are some of the kind of the mitigation. We've known we've had a problem for the last 18 months. The pandemic really kind of was a difficult period for us as we came out of the pandemic, bit by bit, and we'll continue to look at mitigation strategies as we go forward. Next slide, please. As much as, we think about providing a service, it's an individual that provides that service to our community. It's the paramedic. And arguably, and we're starting to do research on it, that paramedics are suffering moral injury. The job for a paramedic is to go out into the community, provide a service, drop somebody off at the hospital and return to service. And in many respects, if you're spending 3-4 hours in a hospital and there's calls in the community are waiting, that presents kind of a moral injury for that paramedic. And it's been tough. They've had a tough go. The whole pandemic changed the way they operated. Everything from concern for their own personal health in terms of wearing gowns, gloves, goggles, and to caring for people who were, often unknown in terms of the respiratory situation. So, and then there's this very important thing that happened in 2016 is they changed the legislation to recognize post-traumatic stress injury as a work-related injury. And since that time, if you look at the graph, you can see that our number in terms of costs for WSIB have gone from 2 million to 7 million. And that truly is a product of the fact that paramedics have been stressed and they've had a difficult work life over the last number of years. Next slide, please. So, when you say that no different than
when we say we have a problem, what are we doing to support our staff? And I think this is important to recognize that we have a mature peer support program. We have over 50 of our staff who are engaged in that. And we've been working on improving the work life of individuals, but also building their resilience as they come into the service, maintaining their mental health while they're at work, and then getting better at following up when people aren't at work. And we still have lots of work to do. We've been engaged with the Canadian Institute of Public Safety Research and Treatment on mental health initiatives. And there's a list here before you, including before occupational stress. We've been a participant with the city on the Trauma Assist program. We've been initiating programs to start psychological suitability assessments for staff as they enter the workforce. These are all several initiatives that we've looked at, that we're implementing, and will continue to evolve over time. Next slide. So as part of our solution, we've split it into an ask with respect to growth, and the ask that is respect to resolving the issue of offload delay. Just in terms of a comparator with, sizable communities, Toronto is probably 3 times the size as Ottawa, and their ask over the last several years. York is 1.1 million people, and you can see their ask. Peel, 1.5 million. They've asked for 180 staff over the next 3-4 years. And then our ask. And that's part of the fact that there's been studies done that the requests for paramedic services have far outpaced the population growth in our communities. And one of the biggest drivers in that is that as the population ages, and Ottawa is not immune to that, is that those individuals over 55 and over 65 make much greater use of the paramedic service in their communities. Next slide, please. So in terms of the investment plan, I have it forward here for you. 43 next year, and then for 25 and 26, 40 for each of those years, and the vehicles that are required. The differential between 24 and the request for 25, 26 is 3 individuals to support our mental health of our staff and to reduce operational stress injuries. So with that plan, what is the expectation? And the expectation is that we reduce the number of level 0 events, that we improve our response time to our most acute patients, and that is our CTAS 1, and particularly the sudden cardiac arrest. And that we continue to respond to the needs of the community. We improve the mental health and reduce operational stress injury amongst our staff. And we believe this is an affordable and fiscal way to proceed here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, both GM Ayat and Chief Boyer. Thank you for the review of the 2021 and 2022 annual reports, as well as the proposed investment plan for the next few years. There is an amendment motion to the staff motion that we have, and the Vice Chair Hill is going to read that. And Vice Chair, I would just ask that you read starting from the first therefore clause. We're aware of a lot of the preamble, and if you could just get straight into the actual motion, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Therefore be it resolved that on the understanding that the future needs of the Ottawa Paramedic Service will be considered by Council as part of the Ottawa Paramedic Service 24 to 26 Investment Plan Report, the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee recommend that City Council approve the addition of 14 paramedics from the 23 paramedics recommended by staff for 2024 be hired as soon as feasible. In 2023, with the part-year budget requirement of $840,000 to be funded from Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, and the annualization be part of the 2024 draft budget. And B, that the purchase of one emergency response vehicle at an estimated cost of $340,000 to be funded by the citywide capital reserve and an operating budget pressure of $125,000 to be funded by the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. And be it further resolved that Mayor Mark Sutcliffe, on behalf of council, formally continue his efforts at advocacy by writing the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Health, outlining the ongoing impacts associated with offload delay, and advocate to the province to implement solutions immediately to reduce patient offload delay and the number of occurrences and duration of when no ambulance is available in the City of Ottawa or level 0, to ensure that public safety and help the Ottawa Paramedic Service meet response time performance standards, and be it further resolved that Mayor Mark Sutcliffe and Chair Brockington meet with the leadership of the local hospitals to engage in solution-oriented discussions toward reducing or eliminating offload delays in Ottawa, and be it further resolved that Ottawa request a meeting with the Minister of Health as soon as possible, including at the upcoming Association of Municipalities of Ontario, to present the most recent annual report and to make clear to the Minister that the situation in Ottawa is critical. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just think that last clause about AMO, it's the upcoming AMO conference. The word conference should be added. Thank you for that. So that's an amending motion to the staff set of recommendations that we have before us. And that's mainly focusing on addressing the need to put paramedics on the road now in 2023. So that's what it's getting at, not to wait to 2024. Okay, we have a number of committee members with questions, comments. So in the order received, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just after hearing that motion, just for my clarity, then that 14 paramedics would be in addition to, I believe, the 14 that we approved in the 2023 budget.
Chair, that's correct. We've already hired the 14 that were allocated in 2023.
Okay, thank
From
you. I
last
just wanted
fall.
that clarity. I also wanted to understand too, so the investment plan that you're putting before us, would that be incorporated into the long-term financial plan, our budgets? As we go forward over the next couple of years, we would see these as line items. How would we see this monitoring going forward?
Chair Brockington, and my understanding is that the motion puts forward money from the reserve fund from this year. And that in future years, it'd be, or starting in 2024, it'd be a pressure as part of the budget fall going into 2024 and going forward.
Okay, so we would have to determine whether to continue with the reserve or to find another source of funding or have that conversation at each budget time. My understanding?
And Chair, I'm probably out of my depth in terms of managing finances. I'll stop there.
If I may, through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. It would be reviewed. This would be a term of council request. And as you can see within the report, there's 23 allotted to growth and then another 17 allotted to offload delay. And the offload delay is separated from the growth so that we can put that pressure where it belongs, and that's squarely with the province. And they need to fix this problem with the local hospitals, and we need to help them. But we shouldn't be using, city dollars and budget dollars to deal with that issue. That being said, the 23 growth is something that, every new term of council, we identify growth based on our call volume and our growing population. And those will be part of the budget going forward, and they'll be part of the budget discussions going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask, I did really appreciate, we're talking about hiring new paramedics. Absolutely support that. I think that it's necessary. We need to make sure we're accommodating for the growth, but also addressing the issue that we're seeing with the offloading. My question is, we have paramedics on staff. You noted, Chief, that once again, there's a lot of mental and physical stress that comes with this job. I think the retirement rate is under 10% for even reaching retirement for paramedics, right? I think in 2014, it was 4% actually reach retirement age. And I'm sure it's kind of hovering around there at this point in time. So I was very happy to see that there will be additional work to keep paramedics healthy who are currently on the job. My question is twofold. First, I would like to ask, do you have a number right now? And I know I'm putting you on the spot. That's what we're talking about today, is how many are currently off on leave, long-term leave, or, I don't want personal reasons, but I'm just trying to understand if we have a contingent of staff already available and, 30% of them are on long-term leave, that also will be having a detrimental impact on our resources.
Chair, currently the number is 61. And you highlight a good point, and the motivation behind the ask for 3 staff to support the mental health of our staff. Prior to 2016, the ratio of musculoskeletal injuries to mental health on our WSIB might have been 80-20. And today that's flipped. So most of our WSIB costs, particularly our long-term costs, are related to mental health or WSIB with a mental health component. And really the idea is that not just supporting individuals who are entering the service, but are within the service, but also finding better ways to get people to come back to work. With the recognition that the longer somebody is off work, the less likely they are, or the more difficult the return to work is.
We want to make sure we're taking care of the staff we have as well as adding to the contingent. I understand that completely. My last question though is a bit of a conundrum for me, and I very much appreciate the amending motion. I appreciate what you're asking for the long-term kind of investment into our staffing resources. My question is it going to make a difference? So, you know, as long as I've been around either as a politician or as a resident of the city of Ottawa, ever since the province downloaded paramedics to us, you know, the city has been dealing with offloading. Level zeros have only been increasing. They're constantly in the media. Everybody is having issues with this. Is adding more staff going to actually resolve this issue? You know, lobbying the province, I fully advocate for us to continue to do that. I look forward to the chair and the mayor doing that. Is this going to make a dent in the issue that we are facing, which is this constant undersupply of paramedics because they're so busy offloading at the hospitals, they're getting bogged down that we don't have enough on the road to accommodate the need. So will this number address that? Is it going to keep us at status quo, or do we have to continue to fight for more?
Chair, my belief is that the number will help. And the issue of lawful delay, you know, probably goes back 20 years. It's not just the city of Ottawa. It's not just Ontario. It's not just Canada. In many Western nations, it's you know, an issue of crisis. I've spoken publicly to say that our healthcare system is in crisis, and that many parts of the system in terms of surgical backlog, waiting room issues, staff shortages within the hospitals all contribute to a lack of flow in the hospital, which backs up into the emergency department, which ultimately affects our ability to provide service. I think that for a number of years, we've said politically that the problem is a hospital problem and fix the problem. Two things are happening. One is, over the last couple of years, we've engaged very positively with the hospitals to mitigate and do our best on that front. And then the second item here, and what is novel about today, is that we're actually extracting what is the province's or the hospital's responsibility in the equation and saying, look, the 17 that we're asking for here are truly belong to the province and the accountability of the province. The community, Ottawa, and our civic responsibility, we're taking care of growth in terms of the 23, but we're identifying what should be 100% funded. And that's what is novel is we're saying it isn't just the fact that we need more, it's the fact that we're asking for more and please pay your share, which is your accountability, that 17, pay those at 100%.
I appreciate that. I'll remain cautiously optimistic. And if I can make a suggestion, drop the please from your ask. Out of all that, drop the please. We just need to demand it at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on your line of questioning, we've got two major problems. One are response times. The data do not lie. We have a problem with our response. Putting more paramedics on the street will address the response times in that regard. But we could have a paramedic on every street corner in every ward. That will not solve the offload delay challenge that we have, which is right in the lap of the hospitals who are not at this table at this time. So I support the investment plan to put more paramedics on our street because I believe the response times are a critical issue. I believe we have a fundamental responsibility to react to this, and one way is through resources. But there certainly needs to be a better formulated plan with all parties when it comes to the challenge at the offloading that we're having in hospitals. And that's not a City of Ottawa, the corporate City of Ottawa challenge. We need the hospitals to step up. Councillor Plante, you're next.
Oui, merci beaucoup, M. Poirier. Premièrement, je vais demander une question un peu technique, puis ensuite une question qui est comme focusée sur des solutions. So in my ward, we obviously have a lot of overdoses. And I was just wondering if you can explain, like, if I'm treating someone with naloxone, why do we still need to call a paramedic?
Through the chair, the answer is that on many occasions, the community, individuals in the community don't call us.
Right.
And that's not a bad thing. We're part of a community response to provide naloxone wherever we can. We'll hand out naloxone kits. We're very supportive of those initiatives. The requirement to call paramedics as an absolute is not there. And once again, it still resides with an individual on whether or not they want our service. But of note, our belief is that as a community, we can still do better. And I think I've talked to you previously about us starting initiatives regarding Suboxone, where we're actually trying to facilitate people to find not just a life-saving measure, but helping them on the road towards a cure and towards treatment. So your first inquiry regarding whether or not everyone should immediately call for us, the paramedic service, that may not be necessary. But the mental well-being response team is very much engaged in our community, and we're thinking we can do better and provide an enhanced service. Thank you.
Thank you. And my second question is, would you say that the opioid crisis is exclusive to Ward 12?
Not at all. The opioid crisis, the pandemic did the opioid crisis a disservice. It pushed it out of the media. People are dying daily, and that's not an exaggeration. This weekend in Pembroke, I think there was 15 or 17 overdose calls for the paramedic service in Renfrew. In Pembroke alone, there was tainted drug supply in that community. And with respect to our community, it is by no means a downtown phenomenon. It is something that's across the city from Canada to Orleans to Manotick. It knows no boundaries, and it's not an urban phenomenon by any means. But we like to think of it that way, which is unfortunate because it affects individuals throughout our society.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, certainly, Chief, for all of the outstanding work that your team and that you do, and for the work that went into this report. Certainly, I would share your perspective on the disappointment and what the numbers currently say, but I appreciate the hard work that you're looking at finding solutions in here. A few questions. One of them I think that will kind of link into what my predecessor, or not my predecessor, but what Councillor Stephanie Plante was speaking to. Yeah. Are there partnerships with other local organizations that could perhaps reduce some of the pressure and stress on the paramedic service? And I know it might not be clean, but things like, I know, the Canadian Red Cross or St. John Ambulance or other organizations that have, existing structures that could perhaps be leveraged in some kind of way that could, provide some kind of an offsetting or peripheral support to the operations that you would conduct, understanding that there would be a difference in the nature of calls or things that they could do. But is that something that's even in the realm of doable?
Through the chair, the partnership issue is very important. On a smaller scale, or something that you'll see in the coming weeks, we have medical venturers, MedVents, that support our activities at events like Canada Day. We also support St. John Ambulance in those activities at public events where there's a large crowd, and they're available to provide that initial first aid service. So We don't have any issues with that. If anything, we're very supportive of that in terms of bolstering the community from a first aid perspective. At the other end of the spectrum, when I looked at the sudden cardiac arrest data and our poor performance on that, we're a heart safe city. I think now we have over 1,300 AEDs in the community. And still that number is not great, because that number is a reflection not just of the paramedic service, but it's of our community response, which includes OC Transpo, bylaw, police, and the fire service, anyone who has an AED. So I think we can bolster our partnerships a little bit more forthrightly. We're actually investigating whether or not we can have an app that sends out a blast to advise somebody of a location where there may be somebody who's having a cardiac arrest. So it's not just city services that are providing the service, but that our community is able to respond. And this is something that's being done in Europe in several jurisdictions. So I think there are initiatives that we can bring forward to support our community, particularly on the community events in terms of large gatherings, and at the other end of the spectrum for sudden cardiac arrest situations.
Thank you very much. Of the 51 FTEs that we're asking the province to pay for, will they all be paramedics? Are we looking to them to expand that program into other types of FTEs, whether they be things like the dedicated offload nurse program or other types of complementary supports?
Through Chair, our expectation is that there'd be 51 paramedics on that file. The idea here is that the dedicated offload nurse program, which is 100% funded by the province, the money flows to the paramedic service and then back to the hospitals, is kind of at a point of diminishing returns. And that is a result probably most highlighted by the fact of the inability or the difficulty that hospitals have in terms of hiring nurses. And that hasn't gone away in the last few years. So the offload nurse program has its effectiveness, but it may be reaching a point that it's no longer really truly benefiting as much as the 51 paramedics would. And that's our advocacy on this, is that we're not saying no to the offload nurse program, but we're saying yes to more paramedics.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And my last musing or question, I'm not sure how it's going to go yet, but I was taken by your comments on, the non-unique situation we have in Ottawa of an aging community and the reality of what that means in terms of just growth and pressure on your services. And I know for me in Barrhaven, we have an MZO coming up for a long-term care facility. And I'm interested, perhaps to take this conversation, maybe it's into planning or maybe it's into community services, to look at the issue of, the pressures on our long-term care facilities and housing for, those vulnerable senior citizens who are perhaps in a situation where a hospital bed is the best option they have right now, but it's not necessarily the most appropriate option in terms of long-term care, and just perhaps seeing what can be done to reconcile that. Because my assumption would be that reducing personnel who are currently taking hospital beds that could be in other types of similar facilities, like a long-term care facility, would provide an element of relief to this. Is that a fair perspective to take on that, Chief?
Through the Chair, absolutely. And, just to highlight the context or the world we're living in, I didn't mention previously that one of the factors backing up the hospitals is those patients or those individuals who are awaiting long-term care beds who may be in a hospital. Currently, I mentioned earlier that our community paramedics probably take care of almost 5,000 people in the community, many of whom are waiting for long-term care beds. And we're very supportive of these kinds of initiatives, no different than a paramedic that's part of the West Carleton Family Health Team. We believe that paramedics can help people stay safely at home while awaiting long-term care beds. And I think that's an important initiative, once again, to keep people out of the emergency department. But, for the most part, people would rather be safe at home and have their service or health services provided in their home. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Kelly, you are next, and then Devine and Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Chief Poirier, for being here today and for the presentation and for the work you do in leading the paramedics in the city of Ottawa and the great work that they do showing up to some of those difficult calls. And it was almost 3 years ago to the day that I first learned about level 0 and what it was. June 17th, 2020, my mom passed away at home. She had a sudden medical event. My father called 911 and was told that there were 0 ambulances available in the entire city of Ottawa. And we ended up receiving some paramedics from Renfrew County, and obviously very appreciative of them and the system that the province has in place to dispatch the closest paramedic. So this is something that's been on my mind for a while, and one of the motivating factors for me to become a city councillor. And so I'm obviously happy to see the plan and the investments that are hopefully going to improve some response times and availability for Ottawa paramedics when they get a call. And, being in a rural area, I think response times were already slower than they were in the urban and suburban areas. I think in the rural areas, they're about 50% longer. So that is an issue that my residents face. And so this is something I have talked about before, and I'm not sure if it's possible given the current structure of things, but and this is something that I believe used to be in place. The building I'm sitting in right now, there's a garage where an Ottawa paramedic used to be dispatched from, and it happens sometimes still. But I'm wondering if you've put any thought into, or if it's even a possibility to have paramedics dedicated to particular areas of the city, given the provincial dispatch program. Is that a possibility? Is it something that we've considered? And what challenges would there be in implementing something like that?
Thank you, through Chair. That's a tough discussion piece, and there's no simple answers to it. In the simplest version, the more that we diminish offload delay, the greater our chance to have resources available in the community. And it's always kind of fascinated me that that if we're at level 15, as in 15 resources in the community, we can get to most any call and deliver the service in a timely manner, and our response time standards are always met. And think of the disparity between level 15 and level 0. Kinburn used to have a paramedic there situated on a daily basis. And what happened over several years is that they would always get called into the city, because as we continue to get towards level 0, this plan starts to push our resources back to where they should be, further out into the community, and allowing us to actually provide an enhanced service, not an enhanced, but a better service for our rural areas. And I don't know the exact timeline, 7 or 10 years ago, we eliminated the idea that there was a response standard that was separate for the urban center versus the rural center. So what I reported today is a singular response time for all of our community, and recognizing that our geography is a little bit different than many communities or urban centers, Peel or Hamilton, Toronto, those kinds of things that are strictly in urban. We have to provide a service that provides a service to not just urban, but suburban and rural. And the challenge that results in that is that having a single response time standard makes that very difficult. So all the more reason to solve the offload delay issues so that we can get our paramedic crews out into the community. More and more what we're doing is to ensure that we're able to provide the service is that we're expanding our paramedic response unit, our single paramedic in a vehicle, and putting them on the periphery of the green belt to allow them to provide that enhanced service so that you can get a primary care paramedic or an advanced care paramedic and their skill set into our rural areas in a timely manner. So I'm optimistic that bit by bit we'll be able to have those resources in, Osgood, Manotick, Richmond, and Cumberland, and particularly Kinburn over the next year or so as we enhance our staffing. Thank you.
just a follow up to that question in regards to the single paramedic on the periphery of the Greenbelt. I know that paramedics often show up to really difficult situations, and I'm just wondering if there's a non-trained paramedic also with those individuals so that they're not showing up to situations alone, or would they be accompanied by a police officer or something?
No, for the most part, they show up alone.
Okay.
If there's any hesitation about their personal safety, we have procedures and protocols in place where we'll ask police to attend with us. And if it's a sudden cardiac arrest or those kinds of events, we'll also ask the fire service to support us as well.
And one jurisdiction, well, there's a couple. I've looked at Winnipeg, and right next door to us in Renfrew County, that paramedic service has been recognized for some of the innovative work that they're doing. And I think you touched on it. The visits to vulnerable people that have been identified, people who often present at the emergency room because they don't have primary care or a primary care option like a family doctor or a walk-in clinic. And sometimes you even see people in the emergency room to get their medications prescribed or filled. And so I've looked at what they do, and it sounds like what you're working on with the community paramedic program. And I think I'm lucky to have that program operating in my ward. And I've spoke at length with Dr. Barry Bruce, who you may know as part of that clinic. And he's very pleased with the improvements in the level of care that they've been able to achieve with that program. And I'm wondering, do you see the city shifting in that direction with the community paramedic program? Is that what you're trying to achieve with that program? And then do you see opportunities to expand that? And what would you need from the city in order to deliver that sort of service?
The answer is yes. Many initiatives that are undertaken in communities are not necessarily novel or unique, but they're a plagiarism from some other community. And we're absolutely proud enough to do that. Our community programs, some of them are unique, but for the most part, they're a reflection of what we've seen in other communities, be it here in Canada, be it in Renfrew or London in the UK. These programs are all kind of the idea that, are there ways that we can do better in terms of not taking people to the hospital and providing the care and the service that they would expect? And that's the premise we work under. And the secondary item is that by doing this, are we protecting the emergency service that we provide as well? So those are kind of the two criteria that we use as we investigate these. And keeping people safe at home, be it waiting for long-term care or something in a different way, would be following a surgical event. So we have a program with the MO4 where we follow up on some patients post-surgery so that they don't call the paramedic service to take them to the hospital, that we actually are able to provide the service to that individual in their home. So this actually is where we're looking at expanding the service we provide. The tenuous piece on that is that currently it's 100% funded, our community paramedics, by the province. But it's year-to-year funding, and that has its challenges in terms of managing the staffing, and with an understanding that when you offer a service to a community, that you hate to have that sense that it may disappear a year from now. But to date, community programs have shown their value to the community, and our expectation is that the province will continue to fund those at 100%.
I'm happy to hear that, and I'd be willing to work with colleagues to try and convince the province to revisit the approach to funding so that you can be a little more comfortable in doing that. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Poirier, and I just have one last comment about the motion that was moved earlier, which I'm supportive of. Overall, I just wanted to point out the fact that we are again asking the mayor to write a letter to the province, which I'm fairly certain yesterday the mayor said he was not supportive of motions that asked him to write the province. I think we've done that almost on a bi-weekly basis since November. And when I look at that motion, I see other opportunities for our municipality and the mayor particularly to make give that message to our provincial counterparts. And perhaps we may want to consider removing that part of the motion, just because I know that that's been a topic of discussion a lot during this term of council, and perhaps we want to just take that part out. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly, for your line of questioning. And I'll just add that the mayor's has been quite engaged in this motion, is aware of the clauses, and is supportive of everything, including the letter. So,
Hear, hear.
Thank you for that. Councillor Devine, you're next, then Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really glad we're having this conversation now, as soon as we are, in the context that we as a council are currently still in the middle of our strategic priorities, our strategic term of council priorities conversation, and that document has not yet been set in stone. And I think these kinds of matters should be taken into context as we advance on that. And I'm also appreciative of the fact that we're having this conversation now, several months before we start talking about our budget 2024, because I think this kind of emergency is going to have to be reflected in the conversation that we have then. And on that subject, what I really also appreciate is that you tied your need not just to population growth, but by how the aging population growth has a very specific nuance in how it affects your demand for service. And we are going to have to make tough decisions in this budget, and every department, including all of our various uniformed emergency departments, are going to have greater needs based on that population growth. But no one has certainly been as clear as you have, sir, about crystal clear the direness of the emergency, but the correlation between that aging population and how it affects you more. I can now understand with clarity how an aging population will extrapolate the need for your services more than that aging population, no disrespect to others, may have an increased proportional need to police or fire or bylaw. So I really appreciate that clarity, and I'm going to bring that clarity back to council when we start at our budget priorities discussion, when every department is asking for more, as they will, as they must, that we should use that context to address this need here. So thank you very much for sharing that. And I want to thank Councillor Hill for the motion that he brought today. I hadn't considered. Why hadn't I not considered addressing the need as soon as possible? Why not try to save people's lives sooner than our cycle will allow? So thank you, Councillor Hill, for that. And I do trust that this is a letter that the mayor will want to write. I have no doubt there. But I also believe, and what I appreciate about Councillor Hill's motion, is that this is a rallying cry for all of AMO to get involved. I only have to look at yesterday's headline to know that the current provincial government, I'm not making it up, is sitting on $22 billion in excess funds with no transparency of how that money will be used over the next 4 years. Maybe they want to address healthcare. I don't know. There's no transparency on how they want to address it over the next 4 years. And so the money is there. And we know that there are multiple stakeholders in this fight. We all have responsibility for it. We, the city, have a responsibility. The province has a responsibility. The hospitals have a responsibility. And when it comes to what we as a city will do to open our coffers, I hope we do. But when it comes to we as a city and all of our municipal partners do at yelling at the government, rise up to the challenge here, especially considering what's in your bank account, I think it's important that we have this conversation now and that it be public and that the media is listening to that. One question I have for you, Councillor Hill, again, thank you for the motion. As I understand it in the recommendations, I think it's something like 23 new FTEs to be funded yearly from our budget, 17 FTEs to be funded by the province. Councillor Hill, in what you're advocating for to try to expedite that and that those funds are coming from our reserves, would any of the FTEs, any of the new paramedics you are seeking to fund be those that were to be funded from the successful from the province as per the recommendations? Did I phrase that right?
Vice Chair, you can take a stab at it, or I can go straight to staff who can.
I would recommend to go straight to staff. They'll have the better data. Thank you very much.
Chief.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to answer that. No, they're directly related to the 23 based on growth. So they're not related to the 17 based on the request of the province, the hospitals.
Okay.
What we're doing is we're accelerating the hiring of the 23 next year. We're accelerating the hiring of 14 of those 23 to happen immediately or as soon as feasibly possible.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions for the chief. So I know that necessity breeds inventiveness, and both from what we saw at our tour last week and from what you've described here in your mitigation strategies, there is a commendable amount of inventiveness, which I'm very much appreciative for. When you talk about all of the mitigation strategies you address, whether it be having a paramedic installed at a hospital to relieve 4 crews, i.e. 8 paramedics back on the road, or having, I think you said something like a service logistics team that could refit the car and get it back on the road. Are those mitigation strategies already in place? And therefore, even with all of this wonderful inventiveness, we're still in this situation? Or are those part of the plan and you are basing your need part based on that implementation?
Through the chair, the answer is we already have those mitigation strategies in place, but some are like the paramedic at the hospital. We started that December 31st, 2021. The mobile logistics support unit was probably started about 6 weeks ago. So some are in different levels of maturity and usage at this time. And we have other strategies that we're prepared to implement in the weeks and months ahead.
All right, thank you. And I look forward to seeing the ongoing positive responses from those. 2 more questions. Now, when it comes to how we might lobby hospitals to do better or work with hospitals, can I assume that your paramedics, especially when they're sitting there for 2 hours watching the hospital not do what they would like them to do, does the insight from your staff, from your paramedics, will that insight be something that we can mine as we then go to hospitals and advocate and lobby for improvements? Can we learn from will that be part of the conversation?
Sorry, through the chair, could you just expand on the inquiry,
I suppose
councillors?
sometimes your paramedics are the ones that are there in the hospitals waiting for 2 hours and so. Forgive me for not being an expert on it, but will the insights gleaned from your team on possible recommendations on how to improve things, is that a useful part of the advocacy on what we can do?
Absolutely. Through the chair, an example is a couple of the other initiatives where last fall, paramedics were kind of frustrated by the fact that they could not continue to provide treatment while on the stretcher. So that was a change that, almost overnight, we said, well, why not? Let's talk to our physician group and let's get you permission to continue treatment for 2 reasons. One is to provide care, but also to help speed the flow of that patient through the emergency department. No different than prior to last fall, I think it was last November, that we did not permit physicians to start the treatment on the stretcher. And we changed that policy to say, hey, physician, you can start your treatment on the stretcher with an idea to speed the flow of that patient through the emergency department. So absolutely, staff have been kind of innovative in terms of how they're thinking about what we can do. Much like at times they say, could we actually have 2 paramedics take care of 8 patients? So we've had that discussion with hospitals and we have done that not on a regular basis, but we're continuing to expand the program to be able to do that. So the paramedics are the ones who come up with a lot of the good ideas in situ that we can then choose to implement. And I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that the paramedics have been involved in many of the mitigation strategies that we've implemented. So, and it sounds like the minutia of it, but currently we'll send a paramedic to the hospital towards the end of a number of crew of their shift. So at 2:30 in the morning, we'll send a paramedic to hopefully relieve 2, 3, or 4 crews so that they can get back at 3 in the morning so that they may come back to work the next day. And these are kind of the small little things that the staff themselves have generated, which help the patient, but also help our service so that we continue to provide service, understanding that, the mental stress, the workload on the paramedics has been significant and in many ways unrelenting. So no, the paramedics have been part of the discussion and been very innovative. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one last question. I very much appreciate, although it's sad to hear the anecdote that Councillor Kelly shared about how a level 0 incident led to a tragedy in his own household, in his own family. And I'm very, very moved by the data you show about how, the lack of response time, the growing demand and all of the time wasted or lost. do we have data? Can you paint a picture on when it comes to us not responding to those CTAS1, level 1, and those cardiac arrests? I can only imagine what happens when we cannot respond quickly enough to those cardiac arrest calls or those life-threatening calls. But those are the human lives impacted either through deaths that may have been prevented or great suffering that may have been diminished. Do we have that kind of data from your end on calls that could have been responded to sooner and what happens when we can't?
Yeah, there are a number of calls through the chair that have caused, us collectively stress. Our provincial or our regional coroner is investigating some events at this time. To put it in context, these events present a moral injury for paramedics in terms of knowing that there's somebody in the community waiting for our service. It causes stress for our local services who may be coming from, and the extreme situation, I think last winter was somebody driving from Gananoque into downtown Ottawa to respond to a call. The actual outcome or data to support to say, if someone was to ask me, do you know of lives that are specifically lost because of a delay? We can say we know of lives that have been impacted, but understanding whether or not the 2 minutes or the 20 minutes made a difference is a much different question. So we struggle with the fact that we're delaying our response. Can I tell you it's people are dying because of that response? Not necessarily, but absolutely, I can confirm that it has a very negative impact on our community and also on the staff that provide the service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson, you are next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to reflect on whether you have seen any changing labor trends when it comes to the paramedics that work in your shop. How much did we rely on overtime as part of scheduling, and are paramedics more or less willing now to take on overtime for reasons of the burnout and the stress that you're seeing?
Chair, thank you for the inquiry, Councillor. And thank you for highlighting this inquiry because it is disturbing in a kind of a bizarre way that we're at the point now organizationally where paramedics don't want to do overtime for two reasons. One is the job is difficult, or maybe many reasons, but I'll give you two. One is that the job is very difficult, and two is they already have enough overtime, be it forced or voluntary. For years and years, paramedics loved the fact that there'd be an overtime shift at CTC to be up against the glass and watch a hockey game. We struggle to have paramedics sign up for those kinds of events. And that's kind of a reflection of what's happened to our workforce, is that they're tired. I don't like to use the word burnt out, but they're tired and they've had a difficult go. So, organizationally, we struggle with that. That little, when I was talking to the other counselor regarding us sending somebody towards the end of the shift so staff could get off, those are critical kind of interventions that we have to continue to do to support our staff so that they come back to work the next day. Thank you.
Thank you for that, those details. I was speaking to someone who worked in scheduling in the paramedic service, and they were describing much the same thing. So when we're conceiving of, where paramedics are going, it's easy to sort of call up those moments where they're in their ambulance, they're going to a call, they're running around. But you're right, we do have a lot of major public events that require that type of support as well. And so we put that additional pressure on. And I think it is interesting and probably not dissimilar to fire or police, where we have, individuals who are out in the field who are now saying, I can understand why I would have to be rushing around in these high emergency situations, but these overtime shifts that are more supervisory or whatever might feel less not important. I don't want to say important, but urgent to take on that additional overtime shift, you know, on top of all of the overtime they've already done or what they've already seen that week. So I can appreciate a paramedic trying to have some discernment or some discretion over the types of calls that they're taking in a week as best of their ability, given the demands on their time and on their energy and on their mental bandwidth. And I just imagine that is going to be something that we're going to see in many conversations about labor. I know when we did speak from the fire services, there was a great deal of that as well, where people do need to recover. Like there is a refractory time that's necessary in order for them to continue executing at the level of performance that they're expected to do. So when we are imagining how to fund these labor forces, this is the reality, right? Overtime is not the panacea or not a solution in the way that it perhaps once was. So I can appreciate why the added personnel then comes at this in a different way. I was also wondering, you know, so with this report, I mean, it was an incredible report. I had my staff brief me on it a couple of days ago, and I made sure to read it myself. And because they were just saying you should see the number of initiatives, different initiatives that are within this report to try and address all the needs that are being put to paramedics. I was curious to know, I mean, at the end of the day, if we were to resolve the offload delays, what from those initiatives would you retain and would you lose others? I mean, or now that you've found these strategies, do you want to retain them all? Because it's an enormously creative list of solutions that you've been undertaking over the last 2 years.
Through the chair, thank you for the inquiry. I think our belief is that the healthcare crisis is not going away anytime soon. I think we'll have to continue to be creative and continue to find ways to, you know, and it sounds crass, but to say it that way, not take people to the hospital. And in many respects, people really don't want to go there. Really what they're asking for is a service to be provided. And we're going to continue to look for ways to provide that service in the community. And, you know, we really haven't tapped into some of the really creative initiatives that are taking place in other jurisdictions in the world. And in London and the UK in particular, for the last 15 years, they've been doing a secondary dispatch. They've had paramedics do an evaluation of the call before we go. They've had the paramedic to the point of prescribing an antibiotic over the phone and linking with a pharmacist to make sure that that drug's available, so that and maybe even having that delivered to the individual. So there's so much more that we can do as we continue to work down this process, because the issues within healthcare are not going away. The human health resource issues with respect to physicians and nurses is not going away. And I don't see any quick resolve to that in the next 5 to 10 years. So we'll have to continue to do innovative things to find other ways that we can provide the service to the community.
Okay, that's very interesting. It does seem that you're tying yourself in knots to try and solve an issue that is systemic, and I appreciate that that is a challenge. It does appear, I mean, you did hire those 14 paramedics earlier this year, and I think they just graduated. We saw them on the steps of the center. Is there always new people applying for these roles? Like if you were to accelerate the hiring, you don't anticipate a problem? I mean, in the sense that you've got people internally that are saying no to overtime, you've still got new recruits?
Through the chair, thank you for the inquiry. We're not at the point where nursing or physician groups are, but we're not far off. So we have to innovate now in terms of our recruitment as well. I foresee us being able to hire the 14 immediately. And I foresee us being able to, you know, continue to hire as our plan suggests. But in reality, paramedic services across the province and across the country are starting to see that decrease in the overall enrollment. So an example in Toronto is they used to get 2,000 inquiries or submissions for new jobs when they were hiring a couple hundred. Last year, I think they got 500 or 600. Our situation, we used to get 500. I think we had just under 200 in our last recruits. So we're going to feel it, but we're going to have to be more creative in terms of recruiting. so that we can continue to be a first choice employer.
So what I'm hearing is that the workload will not be changing anytime soon. The number and diverse level of programs will not be changing anytime soon, which requires, additional bandwidth and project management and many other skills to oversee all of these different solutions that you're trying to execute at the same time. And the hiring the problem away is also not necessarily going to extend far into the future. So I don't want this report, which looks great in the face of some very dire numbers, to say, look at how we're innovating, look at how we're transferring our services to other types of venues, look how we're doing XYZ. This is not a get out of jail free card for any other level of government or any other solution to come forward. I would hate for, your team's innovation and commitment to the city of Ottawa's healthcare, and I'm sure it is in other municipalities as well, to get other levels of government off the hook here. Sometimes I would hate for us to look too creative. Like, for example, with the general and wellness card, and finding out that, not everybody was needing the level of service they had. Like those types of creative solutions. I'm very impressed that you've gone to that level of searching for solutions, but we do need other levels of government here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Delaroche.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation and some good questions, and pleased to see the work you're doing over the last year. And I thank you and all your team for the tremendous effort that goes into it, and it's so important. So thank you. Looking at the motion here, I'm obviously inclined to support it for some very good reasons, but this is a very big Band-Aid on the current situation. The financial underpinnings of this are fragile. We're going into a tax stabilization reserve. You're basically shoehorning yourself into the 2024 budget. So I hope people recognize that when you're planning the 2024 budget, that the decision making today will essentially shoehorn you into it for all the right reasons. And I've put you at the top of the list in terms of the work in terms of the funding that we need to provide you. I'm curious though, and again, the tax stabilization reserve, I think we have to be very cautious when we go into it, and we need to go into it for the right reasons. We're 6 months into the fiscal year, 6 more months to go, and let's hope we don't have a storm or event where that reserve really was intended for some unforeseen circumstances. So we're being strategic here, and in my mind, I think this helps us as leverage for the province when they say to us, well, what are you bringing to the table? Well, we're stretching. Again, this is a big Band-Aid. We're stretching to do more. I guess I'm curious why 14? You could have come up with 10, you could have come up with 12, and I know ideally 23, but again, the financial underpinnings have to be there. So why 14?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the inquiry. Ryan was just leaning over and says, they're going to ask you this. Well done. I think it's a test of reasonableness. Normally our class sizes within the paramedic service are 12 to 16. So from a test of reasonableness, 14 is a good number. And I think it's something that we can manage well and without a significant disruption to our service. So that's how we arrived on the number 14. Arguably, could it be 23? There's also the test of what is fiscally responsible in the broader sense of what you just described in terms of the financial position of the city. So I'm comfortable with the number 14. I advocated for a reasonable class size, that in a short term that we can have that class together and on the street as soon as possible to start to make that difference in our performance and our service to the community.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And that's helpful. I mean, if this is approved by this committee and by council, the pressure will be on you to use this money and get people in there as quickly as possible. And you're confident you can do that in the timeframes that we have. Good. Okay. Curious on item B, again, for the capital reserve, I take this as, this is for the equipment and what have you. Don't you have your own reserve at the paramedic service? And why wouldn't you just use your own reserve?
Through the chair. Yeah, interesting parts of how the city works. The vehicles that a paramedic is in, be it the Ford Explorer or an ambulance, are I say the word property of fleet. So we don't have the capital reserve in terms of vehicles. My predecessor and the former general manager, Anthony DeMonte, had asked for an enhancement to our vehicle status. And that was over the last couple of years. And that has just been a matter of catch up. And what's happened is that there's been a significant delay in terms of vehicles, not just chassis, but the chips through the pandemic. So I think your first inquiry would have been, do we have a reserve? No, we don't. Fleet is the one that maintains our vehicle fleet. And we're on a daily basis struggling with our fleet. And that's not a criticism of fleet, but just in terms of the number of vehicles and the availability of fleet.
And lastly, each and every year we see the growth assessment, right? That comes in to the annual budget process. And I think this year was somewhere around, 9 million. People can correct me if I'm wrong. And these are new taxpayers coming into the system, moving into their homes, moving into their condos, what have you. And, sometimes we treat it like a windfall. It's not, because that has to be deployed to provide services to these new people who have moved into the city and increase the population. So we're doing this service review, and I'm sure we're all putting ideas forward, but I really, really want to start tracking that growth money and where is it going in the administration? Because I would put you at that top of the list to make sure that you are properly getting some of that growth assessment. So you got growth assessment in the 2023 budget this year, and maybe you mentioned it during the presentation, but what kind of hires were you able to do with that?
Through the chair, the 14 that we were allocated, they've already been hired. We're actually, I think at this point, we've already hired 43 staff this year. Retirements, the number of staff leaving, movements within the organization, funding that we received from the province. So we've already hired over 43. So we will continue to hire the next 14 if so be it. And also any other hires that we may have. So on an annual basis, or actually, I think each of the last 3 years, we've hired almost 60 individuals to provide service, and that be the front office, back office as well. We get a lot of one-time funding. If you notice that, 75 of the 130 is provincial funding. So we're kind of on an annual or on a regular basis, we're in the process of hiring throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. And again, it's something that I'm going to look at over the course of the next year in terms of in this term of council, where's that growth money going? And again, maybe we have to make some tough decisions that not everybody in the department gets kind of the share they're thinking they're going to get, because we have to focus on some other priorities. So those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do want to provide a few thoughts before we vote. First, again, thanks to staff for the annual reports and the investment plan to committee today. I will be supporting both recommendations that are before us. And I do want to thank the personnel of the Ottawa Paramedic Service, not just paramedics, but all support staff as well. This is a challenging industry to work in. And on behalf of the committee, we sincerely appreciate all the men and women who serve in the Ottawa Paramedic Service. So I want to raise that and provide my thanks. I do want to turn my attention to something that has concerned me since the day I got elected when we started going through this data. And I want to put some context to my comments first, and that's regarding Walkerton. After Walkerton, there was a legal requirement for members of municipal councils to make investments into infrastructure when they became aware that the infrastructure could pose a risk to members of their communities. That is, if the infrastructure was going to fail, if it needed to be renewed, if their own staff's assessment of that infrastructure indicated that infrastructure was in a critical need, they have to direct resources to protect the public good. They have a duty of care to protect the public from being harmed from water contamination. And every year at council, I speak to the general manager and I publicly ask, are you aware of any critical needs that are not being addressed? And she says no, that this budget is covering off those needs. And I believe I'm doing our duty by asking that to ensure that those risks are alleviated. So here we have offloading delay. Offloading delay is not a new issue. It has been a consistent issue in our local hospitals for many years. And the serious impacts of offloading delay have cascading effects, not just within our city, but it also impacts the paramedic services in many of our surrounding communities, which impact service delivery for those residents in their home communities. And if you look at the data that is presented in the staff report on pages 14 and 15, staff talk about the industry accepted performance standard for patients when they arrive at the hospital's 30 minutes. That within 30 minutes, 90th percentile, patients will be transferred over to the care of hospital personnel. And in 2022, not one hospital's ER in this city is able to make that performance standard. CHEO 39 minutes, Civic 136 minutes, General 163 minutes, QCH 168 minutes, and MoFile 224 minutes for people waiting to be transferred from our paramedics. So when that happens, our paramedics are waiting in the hospital. They are providing care to the patient, but they're not out on the street. They are then less able to respond to the calls that are in queue that are creating level zeros, which impact our response times because there are fewer paramedics available. And we are relying on outside paramedic services to respond to calls to assist Ottawa patients. We appreciate that very much, but now their own residents have less service and care provided to them. So can we understand how offloading delays impact so many people within our own city and those in the surrounding communities? So the mayor and our paramedic service staff and general manager have always been willing and will continue to be willing to sit down with hospital administrators to address this very serious problem. And we need the Minister of Health to understand the severity of this problem in the city of Ottawa and across Ontario and hold hospitals accountable for not meeting performance standards. We can't hold hospitals accountable, but our residents and the residents in Eastern Ontario are being impacted. And this has been a chronic issue year after year after year. So I strongly support the investment plan that will put more paramedics on the street, that will address response times and provide overall better service to local residents. Hands down, has my support. But we absolutely must address offload delays. And the number one piece of that puzzle is hospital administration that must embrace a solution with the city of Ottawa, with Ministry of Health as well. So I appreciate the other sections of the motion that talk about the need to sit down with them as well. But the Ministry of Health has to be listening and be part of this solution as well. So thank you everyone for a great discussion on this item. We will vote first on the Vice Chair's amendment motion that talks about directing resources into 2023, that the mayor continue to advocate on behalf of the city of Ottawa with the Premier and Minister of Health, that the mayor and myself sit down with hospital leaders for solution-oriented discussions, and that the mayor reach out to the Minister of Health, which could include a meeting at AMO's conference in August. So on Vice Chair Hill's motion, those in favor? It's carried.
Carried.
Thank you for that. And then the staff recommendation as part of this report, does anyone need to see that posted on the screen, or are we good to vote?
Carried, Chair.
Carried. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm swamped by paper, but I think I know what's next. Here we go. So item 6, in-camera items. Does anyone have any in-camera issues? Seeing none. Item 7, we dealt with at the beginning of the meeting. Item 8, notices of motion. Anyone have notice? Seeing none. 9, inquiries.
I have an inquiry, Chair.
You have an inquiry? Councillor Bradley.
Yep, thank you. So this is really, I mean, we're all thankful for the rain that we've had these past few weeks, but you'll recall just last week, the looming smoke we had in the air. So this inquiry came to light through correspondence with residents. So unlike the open air fire bylaw, where the city has authority to impose fire bans, there is no provision in the fireworks bylaw to ban the use of retail fireworks. With incidents of forest fires in hot, dry weather, and given the current fireworks bylaw does not include provisions that permit temporary banning of retail fireworks during these hot, dry conditions, can staff assess the risk of the use of fireworks in dry weather conditions, as well as the feasibility of adding a firework ban in tandem with open air fire bans?
Thank you, Councillor, for that. So that is noted. Any other inquiries? Seeing none. Any other business? Nope. Before we adjourn, I'll just provide a brief look ahead to our next meeting. So the committee will not meet again until September, unless there's some urgent business and we need to reconvene, but September is our next regular scheduled meeting. At this meeting, we will have the Ottawa Fire Service 2021 and 2022 annual reports, Ottawa Fire Services volunteer firefighter employee status, and the clothing donation box bylaw review. I believe there may be a motion as well regarding a minor modification for taxis. Again, this will be a very busy meeting. Looking further ahead at the October meeting, we will see the EPS minor amendments report and the fire false alarm bylaw report. So we got through a lot today. I appreciate everyone's focus. Thank you to all. Have a great summer and an early happy Canada Day to all of you. So thank you very much. The business of this committee meeting is now over, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Way to go, Chair.